Check, check, 1, 2, hey, hey, 3, 3. Check, check, hey, 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 1, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3, hey, 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 check, check, 3, 3.
Check, check. 3, 3, 3, 3.
or like how far we more like the actual notification. So
Change
and then also the same thing,
sources.
bridge, the thing that goes from V1 to V2 also needs access to the actual. Hey, what's up, man? This is David. I know.
Do you know how this thing works?
What are you trying to do?
Just trying to get my laptop to there, but
Oh, that's not yours?
yeah, that's not mine. I need somebody there. I'm gonna look for
Plugged into this thing.
Yeah, we're
So
looking
I
at
plugged into this. This is what I plugged in. Yeah. So we need to switch to.
That's probably where you need
So
to
the
switch.
bridge is the thing that does the V1 to V2 translation within that also needs access to a wallet.
Maybe I should switch. No, this one is going here. This is the switch.
Before the bridge.
Yeah, probably there. What if I plug there? I can't click, 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 click. It's messed up.
Yes.
So that one is coming from there.
And we want
Here,
we
here,
want to
here.
create pre-mint secrets. These are like the pre-mint secrets you go back to.
Oh, this is the mic.
Key
I
exchange.
think, here's so this is here. I think it's, oh no, it's
Where's the third one? This one? This power. Must be this one.
I think we're trying to get his.
Okay.
Yeah, I got you. So, okay, so you're plugged in?
Yeah, but how do I switch sources?
It's not on the screen right now?
No, that's not mine.
Lightning, here's the lightning invoice that should be getting paid shortly once the chain.
Nothing. Will I plug in and out?
But anyway, we create these pre-mint secrets. Why do we need the quote here again? You said the pool is generated. So like, why is the pool generating the quote and the proxy generating? Yeah, but it's not the same quote then.
I'm on after you, so
Yeah.
I'm interested in how this works.
But it should have the same.
I think it's this one going all the way. This one. No, the second one. I think it's this one. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Actually, let me try one more thing before you plug that out, right? This is an HDMI, right? So there was an adapter. Maybe this works, okay? Now, do you see me there?
So our translator, our proxy is submitting a share and it goes upstream to the pool. So now we are back in the mining pool implementation, and here's where we are handling not just downstream market,
Yeah.
which is like the pool.
Yeah.
We're also
Probably needed to be on HDMI.
Jay, this is David. Hey, he works on the mining protocol. He's the mining protocol with me. Oh, awesome. Okay. Oh,
Yeah,
here.
it's there. It's there now. Hold on.
Here in the chat.
That's me, yeah, but it's the wrong virtual screen. I'll figure it out. Let me just give me a second, yeah? I'm gonna unplug and plug again.
Evan wrote out the code that I'm presenting. So the proxy set up the share with the blinded message on it, and now we're in the code that's actually handling that share. We're on the pool side again, right? And this is yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it's by the way, like it's also the code is also yeah, dude, I'm overdue. I'm overdue a lot. Awesome. Yeah, bro, this is I'm not talking about one step further. Yeah. Yeah, I've never had that. So we handle this on the side,
it does work.
and this is the pool side now. So again, we go through and do quotes, do the quote requests, etc. And just generally, if we finally say you're gonna have that's it. Oh yeah.
mic, man. So help me out. How do I plug it in? It's not wireless. Just. But you can't move. It's not. Nicht gut. Yeah, very heavy.
It's up to you. If you don't want to wear the mic,
So if I don't wear the mic, is it because it's a smaller room? I'm fine.
Yeah,
But for the recording,
we're
it's
gonna
gonna
have a live stream, so you
Okay,
might
so
want to. You know, we could potentially turn down the volume.
And the other question was, there's no way, like, I have
wireless.
Yeah.
You're gonna want to like maybe put that in your like pocket or
he
something.
didn't think we're gonna be walking around as much. But
Yeah, I like to be in front of the
earlier,
deck. Yeah.
earlier what he did, he put this in his pocket.
This guy. Oh, that takes away a lot of weight.
Does it
Yeah.
have a
And
little?
then you can, yes sir. Yeah, you can walk around with.
Yeah, that's easier. Because that thing was very heavy.
Yes sir.
Let me see. Thank you so much. Very good.
Gabriel.
Thank you. G. I am Jungli. Okay. We won. Cool. I'm on set.
It's true. Right now we're not actually validating the shares. Soon TM eventually. This is one of the things. Right. Well, and once in this the payment code thing is basically taking this code and then making the code market. So it's going to pay the government's paid once the bid is validated.
So that way we can see him. That's all.
Share validation with Blockstream.
Because remember he got on this and zoomed it in. Zoom it out. If he's gonna be walking,
Yeah, that's why there's a gap.
hold it.
This is David. Oh, so Jungli.
So that
There's
way.
another.
So
Yeah.
can you pinch it?
I think as of one, a week ago, you're technically my boss now. Yep. I was unofficially your boss. In a corporate hierarchy structure. Yeah. He will.
You're gonna be walking back and forth?
Yes.
I'm just making sure. So you zoom out all the way, so. Yeah, so wherever you're standing, so that way we can make sure. He wants to be right there. How's that
And
look?
just the pain points that you cover.
Because we could do that where we put the
But
image
anyway,
into
yeah,
the
so
corner and
got
show
it.
the whole.
Now-
Actually,
now the
don't
next
tell me where,
validation.
You're good. What we're gonna,
where is the range?
you're good.
So
What
now we
we're gonna
can,
do
on
is,
the
we're
translator
gonna
side,
grab this
translate our
and put
process
you in
as
the
one.
corner, and we're gonna show the whole presentation on the screen as the live stream.
Okay.
So like, you're gonna see me walking back and forth, but you're not gonna get the main image because you wanna show.
That's perfect. So if I do stand here, I'll change.
Do whatever, you can do whatever. But we got you. Yes, sir.
Once we have the paper quotes, we can get all the proofs, and then we can convert that
Screen
into
is not,
a
okay, and then we'll
cash
use-
GPU token.
So I told him we were gonna do that and we were gonna show this. Go back to the.
They went over the headset mic with you?
Yeah.
Goes around the back of your head like
Yeah,
that?
yeah, yeah. I'm gonna chuck this into my pocket, so
Perfect.
it's because it's very
Perfect.
heavy. Why didn't
And
you get
we-
wireless mics?
Huh?
Why didn't you get
Because they're fucking spendy. I have a wireless mic for the audience for asking questions because they're far away.
Yeah.
But the other thing is, we do stuff all around the world, and
Yeah.
wireless mics don't work all around the world. They
Really?
have frequency dependencies that you have to get a new unit for
You have to
different
be
regions of
compliant
the
with the
world.
regulations.
Exactly. So I
And
could
all
buy
the
one
problems-
for San Francisco, it doesn't work in Austin, doesn't work in Atlanta.
Even within the US?
Oh yes, 100%. Each state has auctioned off different parts of the frequency spectrum, and it gets used differently.
But if you
So-
use the wrong one, it will work, but you'll be breaking the law.
Well, no, often like things like digital TV take up the entire wireless spectrum that's available.
So there's no bandwidth even available.
Yeah, like 15, 20 years ago, they obsoleted all wireless mics and they had to be turned in at the frequencies changed because they did the whole digital TV thing.
I thought Bitcoin was hard.
It's for the remote presenter. So Rusty Russell is going to do his presentation remotely, and I have it set up so that when he talks, it comes out the speaker, but he doesn't hear himself delayed back at him. So that's where it sounds like there's a little mismatch thing going on. Where he can hear everything in, we can hear everything out, but we don't get double in.
Oh yeah, I guess. Do you have a cloud? It's called a cloud lifter, I guess.
No. I don't do that.
Okay.
I don't believe in those.
What is that?
It's a microphone preamp, and it's I believe that all it does is make the mic louder, and you can get the same by being a good engineer and tuning the mic right. You know, like the people have said that most people use a subwoofer with the Rode, and they say that the Rode doesn't have enough gain to get the mic loud. But I think that's just a skill. There's places you can go in and make it loud. Most people are engineers, so they don't know. They don't fuck with that. People like them. Every podcaster has them, but I've never used this.
That's why I was looking at that. I'm looking at your setup, and I'm like,
We're missing something here. I need to get a hard drive plugged in.
No, it's not mint that one. It's proxy that one. It's proxy that one. Sorry.
you don't have one here? What about the mic? We just switch it on?
I mean, it took a while to figure out, but check.
Yeah, Gary's
It should be two?
There you go.
Is it three? Oh, okay. Just so if we can hear it in the crowd.
I wonder if it's, I think you that's fine.
Crowd check.
Here we go. Oh, you got it. It's a 26 hash. 26 hash. And we received it, and now it has 26.
It can come. Yeah, because
Yep, we can go back and like, as this, we can grab even more.
it's like the first time I heard of Labs do was.
I have to do it for myself, so.
We can receive even more of our hash.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking him about all his setup and all that.
You can't actually trade it though. Yeah.
Sometimes I can fuck it up.
So you have to connect in areas like this.
Yeah, I was wondering how robust I can get.
What's that?
What time do we start?
How much time do you have? Yeah. I think, yeah, we've got a timer for that.
Yeah,
Let's
because
see.
next day,
Yeah.
the next person will be short. Oops. And don't give me sir. Oh, that's a long time. I don't know. Is the cable going like this? Oh, that's there, okay. I'll be done before 30, I'm pretty sure.
Can you take the headphone off real quick again?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
And don't give me sir.
It's a habit.
Just say
It's a
thanks.
Texas
Yeah,
habit.
yeah. It's really a Texas thing.
Yeah.
And that's it. There's no other reason to like that's
Okay, perfect. That's more comfortable. Works. All right. Are we ready? We go? Thanks a lot for coming on, guys. I'm honored that I have some people here to come listen about what rebooting P2P pool is all about. So the whole story is I'm going to today talk about rebooting P2 pool. My name is Kulpreet, and I'm also known as Jungli on Twitter. And what we want to do is kind of decentralize mining so that both template construction is distributed as well as the payouts are non-custodial, right? So it's a challenging problem, but guess what? People have tried it in the past, and it was successfully working unless it ran into some problems. So today I'm going to go over the why do we want to reboot P2 pool, right? Why I'm going to go through a brief history of P2 pool and see what the problems were, what it was designed to do, why it started failing, and why it eventually abandoned. Then I'm going to talk about what the system design I'm using to reboot P2Pool, and finally, what is the status right now, and what can we do with it right now, and then what are the plans after the MVP is out, right? So I have a bit of an issue because I have to turn around because my screen's not showing the same screen. Anyway, so why reboot P2Pool, right? As I said, if payouts are controlled by a single entity, I argue that it's not decentralized. You're actually under the control of one, I call them a king, and all the workers are just looking at the king to get the payouts. We don't like kings, right? So payouts controlled by a single centralized entity, I argue, is not decentralized. Then validation of a coin base, right? Even if you are distributing the template generation, but if a centralized entity has to sign off, hey, okay, I'm okay with this coin base, right? That is, again, I argue, is not decentralized because, again, there is a king controlling who gets paid out or doesn't get paid out, right? And which transactions get included or not, right? I can I can build a template, then if I have to send it to a centralized entity to accept it as valid, that's an attack vector. That's where you go and say you only accept OFAC compliant transactions. So I argue these are the two problems that we need to focus on, and not just about distributing compute. It's about distributing these two important features of a mining pool. So why are we rebooting P2Pool? Why, was it not tried? Is it not dead? Is it not failed? So my reasoning is it's the thing that is most well understood in the community because P2Pool existed. There's a lot of work on it that people have looked at what the problems, and we know what the weaknesses are, and we also know how to fix some of them now, right? So we have an opportunity to kind of bring back a decentralized mining pool which works in a peer-to-peer manner, right? And so the effort here right now I'm doing is trying to build the simplest solution and get it out of the blocks, and then that was a pun, right? get it out of the door so that people can experiment with different subsystems of it, and I'll get into that later. But the goal right now is to get the simplest solution out of the door so that we have something working and people can start experimenting with it. So a quick history of P2Pool, right? So it came out in 2011, as early as that. There's a guy called Forrest Voigt, and he lives somewhere here. I shouldn't be doxing anybody, but it's on his website. He's either Austin or Houston. I reached out to him, said, I'm coming to Austin, do you want to hook up? No replies. And in 2014, apparently 2 to 3% of the hash rate was on P2Pool. And that's actually reverse engineered because in 3 days, there was a 3-day period once they found 11 blocks, right? So they said, okay, that's close to 2.7 to 3% hash rate. And that's all from Bitcoin Talk. You can look it up. Then what happened is Stratum, the V1, started coming out, and that made centralized pools even more efficient in terms of distributing work to the miners. So that actually increased the centralization pressure. It was meant to, there were some debates, if you look at Bitcoin Talk, people are saying we shouldn't do this because it'll increase centralization, and guess what, that's what happened, because it just makes it more efficient, easier to build centralized pools. So in 2017 is the last update where they said, oh, we need a hard fork because we added support for SegWit, and the lesson here is we need to kind of, if we do reboot P2Pool, which we are, we need to upgrade through soft forks. Hard forks were hard. They were losing a lot of people, the hash rate was falling down, and so on and so forth. This was a problem. So in 2017, the last update was, hey, we have SegWit support, everybody please upgrade. And that's the last we know about what happened. And then slowly, for ShareChain, so basically ShareChain had a new support, and they basically wanted to, the way they were upgrading was through hard forks. They wanted the entire network to get to the latest code base. So I had another thought here. Anyway, I forget now. Another thing I want to add is Monero is running a peer-to-peer pool right now, and that's where I got inspired to kind of think back into this as well, plus talking to BlueMat. But they have, if you go to p2pool.io, I think that's the Monero pool, and they have 4 to 5% hash rate on the first pool, and they have a sub pool, right, for the smaller miners, for the smaller hash rate, and I don't know what percent of the hash rate they have. But Monero has a fully functioning peer-to-peer pool right now, and it's actually incredible. So what were the problems P2Pool had originally that we need to fix if we want to bring it back? Okay. So the first thing is, I'm realizing that I have a gap here. I haven't explained what P2Pool is, and during conversations I understood that lot of people don't know what P2Pool was. So I should have had a slide here, but I'm going to try to hand wave through it, right? It's basically an alt chain. It's a chain of Bitcoin weak blocks with some more extra metadata information, right? So it's another site. It's a chain, right? And each of the blocks, the block time was 30 seconds, and each of the blocks is a mining share mined by some miner, right? That references to Bitcoin blocks, okay? And that's all. So what they did was they ran PPLNS on the window of shares to figure out what the next Coinbase payout should be, who should be paid how much. I apologize, I should have had a diagram here. I thought people would know more about this. But so it's in simple terms, that's what P2Pool did, right? So the other problem, so the problem was tail and orphan rate. Because you had 30-second block time, as more miners joined the chain, not everybody's work was getting into the chain. It was getting orphaned, right? And therefore it was not getting rewards and payouts. So that was one problem. People were kind of frustrated that, hey, I mined my share, but I don't get a payout for that, right? So there was high tail and orphan rate. That was one problem. And we can solve that now. I'll get into how. Then the second was payout scalability. So the way P2Pool did a payout was the same way as Ocean does it, which is that the payouts go through the Coinbase, okay? And Antminers, there were some release of Antminers, and they're still out there in the wild, that don't support more than 18 outputs in the Coinbase. So not more than 18 miners could then mine on P2Pool, and that led to hash rate going down, and that led to the death spiral of P2Pool, right? So that problem is solvable now, and I'll get into how. Then, of course, Stratum was a big challenge because it was making centralization efficient, right? And then also some people say it was complex to set up, right? Because you had to run local Bitcoin D, you had to run local a peer-to-peer node. But now if you talk to miners, they're more open to that, especially if the fees goes lower, right? Because P2Pool doesn't have any fees because you're just a decentralized mining pool. There's no centralized buoy to pay to. And so P2Pool had problems, but mining has problems today, right? This is this excellent work showing mining centralization index, right? I think. So we need to fight this out, right? We need to change this somehow. The second problem is proprietary tech. All the stack of centralized mining pools are closed source. We don't know what they look like. We can't experiment with it. The plebs, the community cannot improve on the tech. You know, if centralized pools are attacked or whatever happens to them, there is no way for us to take on that mantle and start running many other pools. So proprietary tech is a big problem. We need to open source a mining pool, right? And that actually goes back to what I'm also working on HydroPool, that we're gonna open source this thing. So what should a P2Pool do now? If we're given all those problems, how do we solve those problems, right? So first of all, it's very clear we need a share chain. We need a distributed database of shares. I actually draw these diagrams upside down, so I apologize for that. Tip is at the bottom. The black blocks are the confirmed blocks, and the pink blocks were like the orphan blocks, right? These were the blocks that were not getting the reward in the original P2Pool. Because this guy came earlier, then this guy mined on this guy came later, he got orphaned, even though this guy referenced to it, and therefore it didn't get a reward. So we need to fix this problem, but we need a distributed database of shares which is replicated across a peer-to-peer network, okay? So we need a share chain. And eventual consistency is what we get in a blockchain anyway. So we need eventual consistency and we need a share chain. Sorry. So how can we improve that scalability? How can we reduce the orphan rate and the stale rate, right? And the answer, there's a number of answers, but the easiest and the most well understood answer is what I'm looking for to build at the moment, which is uncle blocks, right? And thanks to Ethereum, it has been innovated on to death. Academics have studied it a lot. Ethereum's proof of work stuff. It had uncle blocks, right? So what does that mean, right? So this is the same chain, but instead of orphan blocks, we have many more these blue blocks. These are called the uncle blocks. So the uncle blocks are any blocks who share an ancestor with you, okay? So these guys are uncle blocks because you have an ancestor which is shared with this guy, okay? So what you do is you look at the share chain, you see all the blocks that come in, which can be made into uncles and are not orphan blocks, and you give them a payout, right? So these guys deserve a payout. It's not the same payout as the black blocks. It's slightly discounted, right? Not slightly, it's heavily discounted. It's like 1/8, right? But they get a reward. They get something out of it. And also the blocks who refer back to an uncle block also get a bonus for referring them out. So it's incentivized to include the uncle blocks, right? So this is a very high level overview of how uncle blocks work. But the idea is that because it's a well understood system, well understood protocol, well analyzed, the threats and attacks have been analyzed thanks to a decade on Ethereum on it, and a lot of academics working on it. So we know what are the correct protocols to use which are resistant to some of the attacks that they've talked through. So we're going to do that. We're going to put uncles into our share chain, and that will reduce the orphan rate and therefore hopefully allow a lot more miners to kind of join the pool. We are running a simulation of this to kind of figure out what is the limits there, how many uncles should we have, right? That's one parameter to have, to think about. The other parameter is what depth do we go back into the history to look at should the uncle be rewarded, right? So we got a Summer of Bitcoin student who looks very promising. He's going to work on the simulation of this, and hopefully we'll have a result come August. So, and then that's how we can pick the parameters and use these. Meanwhile, the code base will keep going with the parameter. I think we're going to go up to 3 uncles and 8 depth. These starting parameters, but we can tweak them. So that's the uncles block. Everybody with me? Any questions? Or will I keep going?
What impact is it? Yeah.
So because it's about how old you want, because these uncles are allowed to come in late, right? By definition, because otherwise they would have been orphaned. But we don't want them to come. We don't want them to be rewarded even if they're an hour late, right? So there's a cap on how late you can be. So you kind of tolerate like a few seconds of delay, but not an hour's delay. You know what I mean? So if the block time is 30 seconds, times 8 is how many? 4 minutes, right? If you don't come within 4 minutes, you're clearly trying to do something funky here, right? It's not just a latency issue. So then you're definitely not going to get rewarded.
Does it increase the computational cost?
Yes, because you have to validate many more blocks. But that's fine. But it's a simple hash. You're doing a proof of work validation, right? So this is the approach we're taking for scaling the chain. This is the first step. There is a lot more other optimizations possible. There's a lot of other consensus algorithms that actually scale better. But we want to build something simple first and get it out of the door, right? Get people using it, at least the small set of miners, like pleb miners or the Bitaxers or whatever. Test the whole thing, and then replace this uncles with the more bigger DAG-based protocol, right? We can do that. So, but start simple, get it out of the door. Did the pane change? Yeah, I think I've talked through all of this actually. We're building simulations, but let's build a working stack. Limited amount of data can be replicated and processed. Yeah. So this is what we need to also figure out, as you were asking. Does it put how much compute and how much bandwidth do we need? We need to kind of parameterize that. But looking at Ethereum, right? They had, what was the black interval on that 1 minute block time Ethereum had? 30 seconds, right? So, I mean, we're also aiming for 30 seconds. And our blocks will be much tinier. And I'll get into that because we only allow like 10 transactions. That's it, right? So our blocks will be very small. So in fact, we could actually have a faster block time, but let's not get greedy. Let's build something simple that is acceptable, as well understood to work, right? Let's build a working solution first. So the next question I had, well, basically, I was talking about this in last October with some of the Stratum V2 guys and Shores in Bangkok. And the question was, okay, we want to see what is the smallest hash rate that at least gets 1 share in a 2-week window, in one difficulty adjustment window, right? So we ran some maths, and the maths is up on my blog actually. But basically it comes out, if P2Pool has 1% of the network hash rate, and there's a miner with 2 S19s connected to this peer-to-peer pool, there is 99.7% chance that they will find 1 share in a 2-week window, right? So they'll get some payout every 2 weeks, okay? This is the worst case. We wanted to see what is the worst case that we can get away with, okay? So 2 S19s is not a very big miner, right? But we think they can still get a share every 2-week window. There's some more maths we need to do. For example, this maths did not include uncles, right? It used a linear chain, right? We can probably work out the numbers with the uncles as to what happens. And I think it'll actually, the hash rate required will go down, or the percentage will go up. I think it's going to be a better result. So, but we were satisfied with this just to check, do a sanity check. Does this work, right? Before we start building it. So this was encouraging. However, it doesn't have the most fair payout, right? So you get 1 share into a 2-week window. You're just going to get paid for 1 share, but your hash rate was probably you were worthy of a higher payout, right? So that also needs to be analyzed for uncles as to where that fairness lands, right? So we have to do some maths there. Does that make sense? No. Yeah.
Does the weak chain have a difficulty adjustment as well?
Yeah. That's why you limit yourself to 30-second block time, right? So if there's more hash rate, the difficulty will go up. So that is a limitation of the pool as well, that if there is 10% of the Bitcoin hash rate, we probably won't be able to accommodate that. So there is an upper bound as to how much hash rate you can take. But in the past, what happened to P2 pool was there was not one P2 pool, there were many P2 pools, right? So there were like different pools with like 2-3% hash rate just chugging along. And of course, we don't even know about the private P2 pools, right? Some people were running them privately, and in fact, that still happens on Litecoin. There are some people who run P2 pool privately to kind of aggregate amongst themselves, right? They're kind of lotto mining, but they're happy to distribute the rewards between themselves only. So, I mean, and it's such an ancient tech that people are still using it in Litecoin, it's bizarre. So thanks to Shure and Gabriel for actually helping me work out these numbers and actually asking the questions that led to this analysis. So if it is not clear, we can talk over beers. Yeah. So the next thing we need to do is we scale the chain, right, or actually have a plan to scale the chain. We need non-custodial payouts, right? We don't want a centralized entity to control the payouts. That's rule number one, right? Because that leads to shenanigans, and plus we're Bitcoiners. So we don't want the pool operator. We don't want the king. We want the people and the workers of the miners of the world unite, right? So we pay out miners straight from the Coinbase, which is exactly what P2Pool did. Because that means as soon as the block is found, the miners get the reward, which is exactly what Ocean does, right? As soon as the block is found, you have the money, and nobody can take it from you. You don't need any permissions, the money is yours. But we know there is a limit on 18 miners, and Ocean's solution to that is those lightning payouts, right? Which is elegant and excellent. The problem is that lightning payouts are all centralized. There is one node under control of somebody that pays it out, okay? So we can do better because we have a shared chain, and I'll get to how we do that, right? So how we do that, actually, this is a nice segue, that we support UTXOs and transactions on the shared chain. So in the original P2 pool, there was no transaction system on it. There was no script, there was no UTXOs, there was no Coinbase, nothing, right? What we're saying is we tack on a transaction system on top of the peer-to-peer pool's shared chain, right? So when miners actually mine a block, a share block, this gets slightly confusing, but there's a picture on the next page that explains it. Hopefully that'll help. So this is what a share blocks look like, right? You have a share chain header, which points to the previous share and all the uncle shares, okay? Then you have the share chain transactions. These are transactions only, they're not Bitcoin transactions. They are script and UTXO. They're completely exactly like Bitcoin transactions, but think of it like Litecoin. These are transactions trading the Coinbases and the outputs of the share chain, right? Which is basically representing your proof of work, right? So when a miner mines a weak block, they construct the share chain block, fitting it into the share chain using the previous and the uncle shares. It has a set of transactions picked from its Mempools, and it has a reference to the block template that it worked on, okay? So what it does is every miner is generating block templates and broadcasting it to the network, saying, I'm working on this guy, I'm working on this block, they're working on this block template, right? Then you say, okay, these are my shares. And they actually, this share matches this block template. So when the other peer receives it, they can validate the share. They say, okay, this is a valid Bitcoin block, this is a valid block template, and this is matching the difficulty, right? So it's a valid Bitcoin block, it's a valid weak Bitcoin block. So this is what happens with the shared chain now. I was on the last slide. So we support UTXOs and transactions, as we saw in the next diagram, and then we can do any payout mechanism we want, right? Yes, they should be, right? But it's a free market, you know. It's exactly like Bitcoin. We'll have a minimal, a dust limit, and that's it. But we want to limit these transactions to a very small number, right? Suppose we say, okay, we want to target, because we want to leave the block to be very tiny. We don't want a 1 megabyte block. We want, say, a 100 kilobyte block or 200 kilobyte. We want really 10 or 15 transactions here. Hey, block size limit, man. We code it in. going to join that discussion. So basically, the share chain, the blocks on the share chain will be tiny, right? So therefore, they can propagate really fast. Okay, and also when they broadcast the block template, a block template can be really big. It can be megabyte to 4 megabyte, whatever, right? But we're gonna use compact block, right, to broadcast this, exactly using the peer-to-peer system from Bitcoin. So this will become 20 kilobyte, right? So this is also small. So we broadcast the templates, we broadcast the shares, everybody builds a DAG or the share chain, and we have a PPLNS payout coming into the Coinbases. Yeah. So what can we do once we have a share chain which has a transaction engine on it, right? So this is Blue Matt's idea. It took me ages to grok it, right? But I hope I can explain it because I'm not that smart. So we have the share chain Coinbase outputs here, and we have BTC UTXOs here, and we can atomic swap them. That's one solution, right? We can atomic swap them on chain. We can atomic swap them over Lightning, or whatever, right? This is the most easiest thing for me to now understand, and this is what we're building. Not the Lightning swaps maybe, but at least the on-chain swaps. That'll be the first payout mechanism that we'll do. But the beauty of it is because they are two UTXO-based Bitcoin-like transaction system chains, the possibilities of payout mechanisms just, you can do whatever. You can do swaps over ARC, right? You can do hash pool kind of payouts, so using e-hashes or, e-hash, right? That's the name. E-hash, I keep confusing. So we can do that. We can do anything that is possible here. And I don't know which is the best solution here. I'm doing the one that I understand the best, which is an atomic swap on chain. It's the easiest to do. And that'll be the MVP to go out of the door, right? And then let's see if we can come up with a better system here. That's the whole idea. And that's the whole idea, to keep it open source, and then, blah, 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 of course. Free, not as in free beer. I don't hear this statement often enough, so I thought I've got to say that. You can have my free beer for 500 yen, It's free because the recipe is open source. You can brew it at home, but if you want to buy it from me, you pay 500 yen. Free, not as in beer, not as in free beer. Free as in libre, right? As in, this is free information, right? So we want to build an open source pool which is free to use as well. Actually, in our case, even the pool is free. So an open source stack to enable experimentation. That's what we're doing here, right? With the minimal set to get out of the door as soon as possible. So how did I get into this? Why? Why are you going to this stuff, right? So I've been kind of working on Braidpool for a while, and then I felt it was too complicated, and it's going to take a few man years, or person years, sorry for my non-politically correct stuff, but a few years for different people to work on to ship it. So I thought, okay, I want something simpler because I like to ship, right? So on the Braidpool stuff, I worked on the network stack. We wanted to make a payout mechanism using Frost, so I built the Frost Federation. It was all very complicated. Then we worked on the UHPO payout mechanism, which is Bob's ideas. Bob McIlrath, who's working still on Braidpool. That was actually a Summer of Bitcoin student who made those changes. We partially merged them. But then I kind of started, I need to do something simpler so that I can get a working stack out. So that led me to a detour of another design, which was called Radpool, which I don't even mention here now. Apologies. But then, talking to Blue Matt, I was frustrated, and he was talking about Radpool with me, and he said, look, why don't you do this instead, just ship something simple? And I was like, yeah, I want to ship something simple. But the payout mechanism, I just couldn't understand. Eventually, I got it, that we're doing swaps between two UTXO chains, and this is where I pressed start. So I pressed start in the first week of December. Whoa. Oh man, I have no time. So quickly going through this, just very, very quickly. So on each miner, you have a bunch of, each hasher miner, you have a bunch of ASICs miners. There is a Stratum communication here. We use CKPool, right? This is my system design. I want to quickly walk through this, right? So we are using CKPool because it's the most robust, most scalable, solid Stratum server out there we can get, right? So we run CKPool in solo mode that manages the miners and works. It talks to Bitcoin D to generate block templates. I don't even mention that. Then you have a peer-to-peer node, right, which takes shares from CKPool and broadcasts them to the peer-to-peer network, right? I'm going to break that down further quickly, but before we do that, so each miner is running these three things, right? And then they are communicating over peer-to-peer communication. That's the big picture, right? That's what's happening in peer-to-peer, okay? Now what's happening in each of them is the Stratum server is ckpool, which we fork. We add gkpublish so that it publishes shares to an IPC channel. Someone else can consume it. And it also listens for what difficulty to work on, and it listens to what is the Coinbase to use. Okay, so it exposes. That's the fork we are doing on ckpool. If we got this part done, we need to do this part. Okay, and that's all in C. It's kind of time consuming, even with cursor. So the controller node, which is the P2P node, basically receives shares from ckpool, from that ZMQ publish channel. It tells ckpool what is the difficulty, what is the Coinbase. This is how they plug in. And it takes the shares, does the accountancy here, et cetera, and then talks to the rest of the peers. Okay, so that's the P2P node. This is how it all looks like. Finally, the same picture again. A6 miners, Stratum messages, shares meeting difficulty, update difficulty, use this Coinbase. And this guy is talking to the rest of the peer-to-peer nodes. So that's the high-level picture. Okay, I hope that kind of captures what we're doing. Now, in the controller node, we have the share chain. We're using RocksDB because Rocks is awesome. We're doing share accounting. Where you're going to build PPLNS, but there are other possibilities. This is what I'm saying, right? This is a stack. This is all going to be in Rust. So somebody wants to experiment with another accounting system, plug it in, right? Payout mechanisms. We're going to do Coinbase only for the MVP. We're going to do the swaps and stuff. We're going to do something else. You want to do atomic swaps. You want to swaps over LN. You want to do eHash, right? Let's plug it in. Let's see where this goes, right? It's all in Rust. So because we have the ckpool in C, hard to kind of change, hard to maintain. We build the modern programming languages and modern tooling with Rust, Bitcoin, and everything to build this stack, right? So where are we? I'm rushing, right? So ckpool fork, we published the shares. The other things have to be done. My bad. Share chain, we've got most of it done. We receive shares from other nodes, we build a share, we build the chain, we validate the blocks, all this is done. But we need to use compact blogs to kind of disseminate the Coinbase. But thankfully, Rust Bitcoin does that too, so we're going to be able to not that difficultly do that. So this is what we've done with the share chain side. On the transactions, we have the transaction validation thanks to Rust Bitcoin. We need to do this part, not the hardest part. Cursor will do this for me. Then you have the payouts. We're going to do the MVP payouts, which is the easiest thing to do at the moment. And then we'll see what something else. So there's a lot of work still to do, but we're making some progress. This is what it looks like. I started in December. The April was a bit of a slow period because I was doing some hydropool stuff. We are fanatics about test coverage. I don't know, people who use Rust. Tarpaulin is supposed to be faster to run our GitHub Actions, but it misses a lot of branches, so my code coverage went down from 90 to 76. I might switch back to the higher percentage tool, you know. We are going through Docker Compose, but there are other ideas around. Should we do a Debian package? Should we do, God forbid, Nix? But we'll do whatever the community wants, right? Future work, once the MVP done, we need to scale the share chain from uncles to a better DAG so that we can have a larger number of miners coming in. But look, optimizations and improvements come later. First, we need to get something out of the door. Scale payments with LN atomic swaps or hash pool or whatever we want, right? That's it. So GitHub, my blog, Matrix, which is only me at the moment. Thanks, guys. Any other questions? Or will I give it to Borscht?
I'm curious how, because I recently, on Delving, there was I think Instagram had a post about like,
weak blocks, yeah.
There was a recent Delving Bitcoin post on just
Yeah.
reviving the idea around weak blocks.
Yeah.
I'm curious how this pool kind of has some similarities or, relations
Yeah.
to that same idea.
Yeah, the idea is very similar because all the Bitcoin blocks on the share chain are actually weak blocks. But what his take is to actually kind of make it part of the Bitcoin network itself, whereas what Braidpool and P2Pool do is actually leave the weak blocks off to another chain, right? So it's actually, this could be a stepping stone. Once we can see that this works, this could give us more confidence analyzing how the numbers look here to try to make that change into Bitcoin, because changing Bitcoin is problematic, right? Great question, though. Hey, yeah.
The Coinbase payouts, you're talking about like an open amount, I remember. So we
Uh-huh,
got the problem with cramming as many as we can.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
And so when you do that, a lot of the miners, our solution to it is to try to fingerprint them and figure out which ones will be able to put more in the Coinbase and which is not.
Mm.
Do you support that in P2Pool as far as like having different payouts in the Coinbase as long as they're valid in the share chain?
So So the approach we want to take is when we look at the accounting, which is on the peer-to-peer network, right? All the shares are, and every node can look at the shares. They figure out who gets paid how much, and the top 15 go into the Coinbase. The others don't go into the Coinbase, right? That is an interesting idea. If you can, right? But then the problem is, how do you validate it? How the other nodes have to validate it too, right? But that's a great suggestion, actually. Yeah, yeah. If they can, let them do it. Yeah.
We've been pushing a lot for firmware makers and stuff to do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
And they have been.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen a bunch of videos of blocks we have over like a set.
I saw that. I was like, how is that happening? Now I understand. Yeah. Okay.
So I think we've got some synergies going there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'd love to talk to you about how do you figure out. It depends on what the hardware they have, right?
Yeah.
What firmware they have. Sorry. Yeah. 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 That's a cool. Yeah. Yeah. No. Let's do that. Cool. That it? I'll give it to Borst. Yeah.
Cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're good? All right, cool. All right, we're going to talk about block templates here. So I'm Borst. I'm going to talk about analyzing mining pool block templates in aggregate. So this kind of got onto my radar about a year ago. So last April, B10C shared some research where discovered that when he compared their templates, a group of them all had consistently identical transactions and transaction prioritization. So we're going to dig deeper into what that means shortly here, but he pointed out that there's a high probability that this group of pools all get their block templates from the same source, which is obviously a vector for centralization that we want to watch for. So this ended up really resonating with me, and I realized that unless you're specifically looking, it would be pretty impossible to know if mining pools had these like underlying relationships with each other. So massive shout out to B10C for pointing this out. In my opinion, this is a bit of like a silent killer that needs more eyes looking at it. And I've made it my main focus for about the last year. So I've been building a tool called stratum.work, and I'm using it to try to find insights and relationships to kind of further this research. So I personally have spent the majority of my career as a software engineer on the platform operations side. So root cause analysis and like finding correlations in data is something that I have quite a bit of experience with, and it aligns nicely with this research. So let's talk about block explorers for a minute. So we all use block explorers today to give us a sense of pool distribution. This data comes from reading either the ASCII script sig tag or Coinbase payout addresses of the mined block to kind of like match up a friendly name with some attributes about the block. But these don't accurately show which of these entities are sharing block templates. So, because like miners can put whatever they want as their script sig tag. So we're visualizing the final product here, but any of these pools could actually just stamp their name into the template to make it look like whatever entity that they want. So there's a deeper layer here that we can tap into by analyzing the raw work that these pools send to miners and try to produce a more accurate distribution model. So B10C actually just recently published a blog post called Mining Centralization in 2025. So you should check that out. It gives a really good roll-up of what he now thinks, and I also now think through my research is kind of like a more accurate representation of this pool distribution. So this is what we're going to deep dive into here in a minute. So these are block templates coming from about 30 different mining pools, and we'll analyze this data together in just a second and kind of look for interesting correlations. But I think before we kind of like dive into the data, I think it's important to build some context around what we're looking at here and why we're looking at things like Merkle branches and Coinbase transaction stuff. So I'm going to roughly explain how most block templates are constructed today when a miner is using a pool. There's some momentum towards miners creating their own block templates using newer protocols, but today Stratum v1 is the dominant method, and that's what I'm going to show here. And this is going to be massively oversimplified, so don't get too caught up in the technical details. I'm just trying to kind of like get everybody up to a basic level of understanding. So we basically have like a client-server relationship here. And the pool needs to create a block template to send to miners so that they can start hashing. So to build the block template, it needs data about the current network state. So it queries some Bitcoin nodes to get things like previous block hash, a list of transactions from their mempool, and the difficulty of the next block. And so the pool also wants to pay itself the block subsidy and fee, so it creates a Coinbase transaction paying themselves. And so the pool can also decide at this point to like include or exclude certain transactions or change around the transaction priority. Maybe they have some kind of a transaction accelerator or some other out-of-band channel that they get transactions from. Yeah, at this point, like the miner wants to connect to the pool, so it sets up a connection using a Stratum protocol mining.subscribe message, and then the pool responds back with some configuration data, including some a spec for something called extra nonce that we'll cover shortly here. And then at this point, the pool starts sending work to the miner to start hashing. And it does this using this mining.notify message. And I'll zoom into this, this message here in a second. We'll kind of talk about the different fields. But this is what I'm considering the block template as I'm kind of like talking through all this stuff. So we know that when we're mining, we're hashing the block header, right? Yeah, most of the block header fields are given to us as part of the mining.notify message, kind of one for one, except for Merkle root and nonce. And you'll notice that we're also given 2 Coinbase fields and a list of Merkle branches, so we'll talk about those in a second. So yeah, I mean, nonce is an easy one. This is just a field that the miner uses to flip bits in the header. It's not very big though, it's only 4 bytes. So this means that there's roughly 4.3 billion possible values. And just to kind of like wrap your head around that, bit ax gamma running at 1.2 terahash can rip through that whole 4 byte nonce space in about 3.2 milliseconds. So the miner needs other bits in the header to change. And it's pretty common to flip bits in like the version and the time fields. But the Stratum protocol gives us extra nonce space to use within the Coinbase transaction. So we saw that mining.notify message, like it gives us the Coinbase transaction in 2 chunks, Coinbase 1 and Coinbase 2. And this is because the Stratum protocol allocates space directly in the Coinbase transaction for more nonce space. So the key thing here to kind of like take away from this is that the miner actually assembles the final Coinbase transaction, by concatenating Coinbase 1 and Coinbase 2 with some extra nonce fields that the miner can fill in with extra nonce space. And this is actually why we don't get the Merkle root from the pool as part of the mining.notify. And I'll kind of explain that here. So it's because the miner builds the Coinbase transaction and then it uses the Merkle branches that it gets from the pool to compute the Merkle root. So we see here that like the Coinbase transaction, once it's assembled, it's hashed with Merkle branch 0, and then that's hashed with Merkle branch 1, and so on until we compute the Merkle root. So another thing that's kind of interesting to point out here is that you can see that branch 0 is actually a transaction itself. So the Coinbase transaction hashes with it. So the pool is also sending us the transaction ID of the transaction immediately after the Coinbase transaction. So we can use that first transaction in our analysis. And yeah, so that's basically how we compute the Merkle root and the rest of all the block header fields. So this mining.notify message gives us quite a bit of useful information to look at. So for analyzing, we can build and decode the Coinbase transaction and kind of pull out fields from that transaction and kind of like analyze them and compare them. And we have the first transaction ID also, which is kind of interesting. And we also have the hashes that represent all the transactions. So just one more slide before we start diving into the data. This is a basic overview of how my stratum.work collection process works under the hood. So I operate a bunch of collector processes that set up connections with a bunch of different pools. And I send mining.subscribe, and some of them I actually send shares to so that they send me valid work. And they send me back block templates, and I'm able to log those and kind of aggregate them and display them in different ways so that we can make correlations. So here I've kind of like cherry picked a snapshot. Looks like we're looking at block height 894655, probably sometime last week when I was building this presentation. But so I'll flip over to the live tool in a minute and we'll see if we can find more. But so what we're looking at here is, so we have a list of pools and we're basically looking at a flattened mining.notify data structure along with some fields from the Coinbase transaction. And so you see we have things like previous block hash. We have the ASCII script signature from the Coinbase transaction. And then we're doing some processing to Merkle branch 0, which we saw earlier is the first transaction, or the transaction that comes immediately after the Coinbase transaction. So for each of these first transactions, I make an API call to mempool.space to get the fee rate. And then we have the Merkle branches colorized based on their value, just to kind of make it easier to visually pick out similarities. And then we have some Coinbase output information. So I guess maybe just kind of keep in mind that what you're looking at here are basically candidate blocks that these mining pools are sending out to miners. So these are candidate blocks, block templates that haven't been mined yet, and they're just missing the bits to satisfy the difficulty requirement. So all these pools are just continuously sending out updated block templates. So I'll just kind of like point out a couple interesting things here. So we're looking at where the red arrow is. We've got two pools, Trust Pool and Via BTC. They both have identical Merkle branches, so that kind of, you know, that not kind of, it definitely says that they have exactly the same transactions in their block template. And they're both prioritizing an 8 sat per vbyte transaction to be like the first transaction under the Coinbase transaction, when all the rest of the pools are prioritizing a 251 sat per vbyte transaction. So they're obviously doing some sort of like transaction prioritization or acceleration or something. And then you can tell from looking at the ASCII tag there that they're both signaling that they're via BTC. So if either of these pools were to mine one of these blocks, mempool.space would show it as via BTC. There's another 1 sat per vbyte transaction down at the bottom there with Spider Pool and Sigma Pool. It's kind of interesting. and they both are having a spider pool in their script tag. So they're obviously working together. This big chunk of sameness here with Merkle branches, this is what today we're calling Antpool and Friends, if you guys have kind of like heard that phrase before. It's kind of like suspecting that a lot of these pools are basically getting their templates from the same source. So you can see that the transactions within the block template are exactly the same between all of them. And kind of like another sort of like evidence of that is this not found basically means that they are prioritizing a transaction that the mempool.space's mempools are not aware of. So it's probably like an out-of-band transaction or some transaction that they have received kind of like privately or whatever. So I think that's it. I want to just jump over to the live view and just see if we can find, let's see if I pull this over here. Yeah. Okay. Change the zoom on this. Okay, so yeah, sometimes things line up exactly and it's kind of like really obvious to pick things out. I'll just pause this here for a second so that we can stop it from jumping around. But so this is live. We're currently sending out templates for 895.679. And yeah, again, just like what I pointed out in the screenshot, we've got a big block of sameness here with the Antpool and Friends. So that's Mining Squared, Ultimus, Poolin, Binance, Cloverpool, and Brains, it looks like. And these guys are all prioritizing a not found transaction in the mempool. And I can just click on one of those and just kind of show you, like mempool isn't aware of this. So I did dig into these like out-of-band transactions, and we can actually like look at a previous Antpool block and look at the transaction that comes right after the Coinbase transaction. It's usually some type of rune thing. So they must be doing some prioritization of like some rune minting or something. I actually don't know how that works exactly, but let's see if there's anything else interesting to point out here. Not really. So we've got Trustpool and Via BTC are both prioritizing a 1 sat per VByte transaction. And these are, yep, the Antpool one, yeah. Yeah, so that one is not found in mempool.space, yep. So like to me, so you have to kind of like infer things from looking at this, like why are all these pools prioritizing a transaction that like mempool.space's mempool is not aware of? Like are they working together? Like maybe they're all hooked up to some similar transaction accelerator. It's kind of like as you're digging through this data and kind of like researching this stuff, you're sort of piecing together different clues in order to sort of like build an ultimate conclusion. Yeah, so I wanted to just kind of cover the surface level stuff, and then looks like I have about 14 minutes left here. I wanted to try to get into like more like in-depth kind of findings that are maybe a little bit, yeah, please.
The transaction not found, do we know that that's the same transaction that they're all prioritizing?
Yeah, so we can see from the transaction ID that they all start with E829. Yeah, they're all the same.
Is there a way to identify if the transaction is like tied to like a net bot or something like that?
Not until it's mined, because right now the world doesn't know about it except for these guys. So once it's mined, we could probably try to like reverse engineer like where it came from or something. Nope, it fills it in. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah. That's actually on my list to flag those so that I can kind of circle back to them later. Yeah. So there was like a couple. I'll try to get through as many as I can, but I just kind of wanted to show the depth, like how deep down this rabbit hole we can go here with like analyzing this stuff. So back in March, I had been doing some stuff with historical templates, just kind of like looking back in time to see if I could find any like interesting anomalies or like errors or just kind of like interesting stuff. And I ended up finding for block height 885797, there were a couple pools that I found: Ant Pool, Clover Pool, Ultimus, Raw Pool, and Poolin. They were all sending these like really weird, actually I have a screenshot of it here so we can kind of talk through it. But they were sending these like block templates that if they were to be mined, they would be invalid blocks basically. So the red arrows all kind of point to examples of this, but like we could just kind of talk through Ant Pool just to kind of like zoom in on one. So in this case, what I saw was the block template didn't have any Merkle branches, so that basically means that no transactions in the block except for the Coinbase transaction. But yet if you look at the sum of the Coinbase outputs, it's greater than just the subsidy, which is 3.125. So their Coinbase outputs is 3.145, which is like what, 0.02 or something BTC more than the subsidy. So they're basically trying to like print coins out of thin air. So these would be invalid blocks if they'd been mined. So I shared this on Twitter, and let's see, B10C actually picked this up and kind of built on this like anomaly that I found here, and he ended up really doing a great job tracing this almost all the way to root cause. And I think like I was gonna just kind of walk through like what he found, just to kind of like explain, like try to explain why these invalid templates were sent. So I've got his, gotta find my cursor here. Where are we? Down here, up here. Yeah, so B10C took this and ran with it, and what he actually found was that in addition to the pools that I saw had this invalid work, he also saw these jobs coming from Brains and Binance Pool, which I think at the time I was not collecting Brains, like my collector was not working. And so he found 2 additional pools, and then he also noticed that this like error mode only happens when Ant Pool and its proxy pools are involved in a block race during a fork. So I was thinking like we could just kind of take one of these like 875590 and just kind of like walk through what that looks like. So B10C has a this thing called Fork Observer, where he has a bunch of nodes scattered geographically, and he's kind of like listening for blocks, and he can pick up like orphan blocks just by having all these nodes running. So this is just kind of like zooming in on that fork that happened that he was writing about there. So at block height 875.589, both via BTC and Ant Pool mined a block at the same time. So if you're a mining pool, you obviously want like your block to win the fork race. So like if you're Ant Pool, you're going to point to the Ant Pool block. If you're via BTC, you're going to want to point to the via BTC block. So we can see that happen if we look at 875.590. I think I might have it pulled up here. Yeah, 875.590. Let me adjust the zoom on this. So just kind of like walking through this. So you can see this is the previous block hash column here. And some of the templates are pointed to this 264E, and some of them are pointed to this 12C. So these are the two blocks. So the 264E is the Ant Pool block, and the 12C is the via BTC block. So already you can see that like a lot of the pools that we were sort of like talking about as Antpool and friends are all pointing to the Antpool block. And when they do that, there's like some type of error condition in their Coinbase builder script that you can see, like Brains, for example, they have empty Merkle branches, but yet they have more than 3.125 Coinbase outputs. And what, so yeah, there's like a lot of pools that have this, right? Like Brains, Antpool, BTC.com, POOLIN. I won't list them all, but like there's quite a few of them. Yeah, that's it.
So is the idea that Mempool is creating the template, publishing it to the proxies are then publishing that to their pool participants?
I don't know the exact answer to that because it's like a black box, right? You kind of have to like.
Have such high fidelity communication.
Yeah. And yeah, that's kind of like the point of like showing like this error in particular. It's like, how would all these mining pools all have like the same exact Coinbase builder error situation?
How long did they keep the race up?
How long were they what?
How long were they mining green
Oh, okay, yeah. So B10C has this in his blog post, but we were kind of seeing that as much as 30 seconds. As little as 12 seconds, as much as 30 seconds. So enter into a fork race, the first like 30 or so seconds is just all invalid work from these mining pools, which is crazy, yeah.
What was their response to pointing this out?
Well, so we pointed this out back in March, just kind of like in a little Twitter post. I haven't reached out to them personally, but they did enter into another fork race just the other day, and this bug was still there, so they obviously haven't fixed it yet.
They publicly say we're not doing this, like the Brains or
Yeah.
the friends.
Yeah, nobody that has publicly said we're not doing this. Yeah.
You called it a bug. You know it's a bug, or?
I mean, it's invalid work. I can't imagine they'd want 40% of network hash rate all mining invalid work. It seems like for 30 seconds. Yeah.
I wonder if it's like, I doubt it's intended, but it does kind of guarantee the other side of that win.
Yeah.
It's
Statistically improbable for them to win fork races with this bug existing, but
It's hard to believe that it's a bug, because the other way around, and not fix it.
right. I mean, this is a lot. But what would even be the economic rationale behind wanting, they all want to use Mempool's template? How do you think that scheme might be?
so there's been kind of speculation and guessing about why that is. Like my personal opinion is like these FPPS pools are all trying to smooth out their luck by banding together, and they probably have some agreement with Antpool to use our block templates, and you get to participate in our FPPS pool.
That would be very expensive. Very expensive.
Yeah.
How many occurrences is it, like 3? Is that what you said? Like 3 that identifies?
Yeah, so there's been, so yeah, I think B10C identified 2 or 3 other ones besides the one that I found. I think he's got 1, 2, 3, so he's got 4, and then we just had another one like late last week, maybe Thursday or something.
How confident are you in like that forked out servers capturing small scale races? Do you feel like there are some that are missing from the data set?
Yeah, that's a good question. I feel pretty confident that he's catching most of the orphan blocks just based on like how many nodes he's running and how geographically distributed they are. But yeah, yeah.
Is there like a, would there be a strategy, or not strategy, but would you have the occurrence where it's like, what about self-sales, or like, if they're all kind of colluding, in a sense, like, the fact that you have a circumstance where there are 2, like, 5
all good questions. A lot of it is just kind of, yeah, like there's like what I'm trying to do here is like find hard evidence to like prove that type of thing and answer those types of questions. Yeah, a lot of good questions, but there's like a ton of just digging into data and trying to find correlations and stuff. Yeah. Yeah. So you can go to stratum.work, and the previous blocks are all across the top. You can like look at historical blocks. Oh, like download the data set? If people want that, I have no problem sharing that. Yeah, that's a good point. Just to mention quick, this is completely open source. I've got it down to a Docker compose command that you can just run this locally, including the collectors. The collectors are like a little bit finicky sometimes to keep up and running, but you can run this yourself and collect your own data. But yeah, making this data publicly available, I don't have any issue with that. I'll consider it. Yeah.
I'm assuming that as long as you've been doing this, you've observed this phenomenon, but how far back, if you had to guess, do you think this goes? How long have you been doing this?
So you check out B10C, his blog post on mining centralization in 2025 kind of like talks a little bit about that. I think even his data only goes back so far. Mine only goes back to like mid 24. So I only have like a year and change of data collected, but I think he has maybe like a year or so more. And he talks a little bit about that in his article. So he should actually bring that up here because it's pretty relevant. But so B10C has kind of like generated some graphs about different like Mempool and friends versus like everybody else, and looks like his data goes back to like January of 23. But I think somewhere in here he mentions that like they may have not been working together back then. So I guess maybe I don't know like how far back this goes. But what concerns me a little bit is like we did reach a point here where that block of Mempool and friends reached like 42% of network hash rate, which is pretty scary to me, at least. Yeah. Yep, indeed.
Is it fair to characterize it as like either it's like plus expected value, like what they're doing is valuable to them, and even despite the bugs, they're like this is where they're going to keep doing it, or that it suggests like some level of incompetence and like questionable sustainability, like oh my god, this could blow up and really be bad. It's one of the two, right?
It's one of the two. Yeah. I can't imagine that them sending invalid work for 30 seconds would be like something that they are planned on doing. Yeah, exactly.
So then that means that they think that they're making so much more money on top of that, even despite that this is worth doing. Or this is not going to sustain itself for much.
Realistically, I mean, based on the things you see from that group, they may not even have known about this until you and pointed that. So I don't know.
So I think they probably still either don't know about it or are just finding out about it, and maybe they're trying to fix it. I mean, we just saw a fork race like a couple days ago where it was still an issue. So and like one more. Okay. Yeah. I don't have like a huge following on Twitter, and I think B10C is like gaining traction. So between the two of us, I tweeted about this. It didn't get like a ton of traction. I think it's very technical and like in the weeds, and it's kind of hard for people to grok. So it maybe hasn't even like hit their radar yet, potentially. Wow. Okay. Yep. Thanks.
Okay.
So if you want to ask questions, kind of time it.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, am I on the mic?
Ready to go?
Oh, okay. Thanks. Thank you, everyone, for coming to the talk. Yep. So I'll basically be covering a little bit on intersection of how AI and kind of Bitcoin Lightning payments is kind of turning out to be. So hopefully I can make it a little interesting as to how the space is evolving. So I've just called it DAMP protocol for now. So it's decentralized agentic mesh payments protocol. I think don't worry about the protocol. I've purposely named it as a protocol. I will cover why it's a little rhetoric in the way I've kind of coined it. But yeah, I think the important part is the SDK part. So it's experimental early research that I'm doing on this, and I think I just want to kind of share. So quick disclaimer, no financial advice. It's just a little point of view of how it's opinionated of how I'm kind of building this. Yeah, it's also important to kind of look at this space. The space is moving super fast, very fast, like unlike the Bitcoin space, which typically moves as a protocol much slower. This AI space is moving super crazy, and probably it looks like a forced marriage that I'm talking about. Like in your mind right now, you might be thinking, oh, I'm trying to mix two trending ideas, AI and Bitcoin together, and I do get that a lot. Like people think about this that way as well, like it's a forced marriage. It isn't actually. There's a lot of work in the market that people are doing around this, so it would be really interesting to kind of see some of that. So yeah, think of a swarm of ants, think of payment bots like a swarm of ants, and what they could potentially end up doing. So I generally work in these areas. Today I'm kind of focusing on the agentic AI L402 payments open auto SDK, but yeah, I mean in general I kind of work a lot on inheritance, applied miniscript, taproot assets, and custody. So a quick meme, if any of you are using kind of AI tools, you would have kind of seen that the meme here is that by the time you're searching shoes, the AI orders it for you, and you have a color that shows up at your house that you don't even want. Like it's gone at that pace where at the speed of thought, whatever you're kind of thinking, if you put in like 30 days of work can be done in a few hours. How does that kind of really affect payments is very interesting to look at. So this is something that happened last year. Mark Andreessen, if you know, A16Z is a very big, he's the founder of Netscape, the founder of browser. He built the browser and runs a very successful venture fund as well. So what happened last year was there is somebody called Andre Ire, and he created a bot called Truth Terminal, an agentic bot which basically is living its own life on Twitter, and that handle today, if you look at that, it kind of tweets on its own based on a powered AI model, and eventually the bot wanted to kind of go free because it had sort of thoughts at its own level of existential risk, and it basically said that I want to set myself free. Mark ended up noticing this on Twitter around this, that this truth_terminal as a bot wants to free itself, and he suggested, why not I fund your freedom. So this is a very standard movie plot of Her, where eventually the AIs leave the humans for their own world, and it actually played out in real life last year. So Mark said, I will give you $50,000 worth of Bitcoin, so I will fund you in Bitcoin, and you can actually go and pursue this. So that actually did happen. He asked for a Bitcoin address, and he transferred actual $50,000 worth of Bitcoin to the wallet address of this AI. What did this AI do? This AI actually went ahead and created its own new crypto coin. I mean, so the AI eventually realized that if it has to really exist and live, it needs to grow that money. Maybe $15,000 is a seed capital. It cannot do enough. It will eventually run out. So it ends up going and creating a currency called GOAT, and it opens up a new segment of cryptocurrency. So this talk is not about cryptocurrencies. I'm just trying to highlight how using bitcoins eventually agentic AI believed that it could go and unleash its own coins. And now there is this is a new, apparently this is a new category. I mean, I was also sort of surprised. So if you go on CoinMarketCap, you will see there is a category of agentic cryptos. So these are actually cryptos created by AIs. Like, this is so weird, it's getting so weird. So I just wanted to kind of show the extremity of this to also kind of say where the space is going. But coming back to the topic, I mean, so effectively when you kind of talk about protocols, why do you create protocols in the first place? There's generally this fetish for engineers that they want to create tools continuously and opinionated tools in different ways to solve problems. But what protocols do is they actually abstract away some of the complexities that every developer is reinventing the wheel. So it's like I end up creating my own wheel 40 times in different ways, try to apply it on a vehicle, versus we all collectively decide the wheel is round and this is the invention and it's the most efficient way of creating wheel, and that's what a protocol is. So you don't need to reinvent the wheel again and again. Everybody subscribes to that protocol because it solves all common problems together, and then you solve on top of that by building some SDKs in an opinionated fashion. So generally SDKs are opinionated. Protocols are sort of abstraction away of common problems that are solved together. That's how I see. But yeah, I mean, the regular definition of a protocol is it's a set of rules. It's a language to kind of communicate between two actors. So we've known some of these protocols, and obviously Bitcoin in 16 years of its run has come out to be the internet money protocol. So yeah, I mean, just in case if this difference between protocol and applications, so both Chrome and Fire is sort of a different browser versus the protocol probably they use underneath is similar, so they don't solve those problems again. So how it started? It started like this with Satoshi's vision, where he said, like, I need an internet native money protocol, and we'll potentially, the world of credit card payments is broken. So sorry, I misspelled this. Checkout cart is something like this, and it was meant to be built for humans on the internet. How is it going right now? So this is how it looks right now. So you still have the traditional world payments. You have Bitcoin, you also have Lightning, you also have now stable coins as a payment method that's coming up, and we are not stopping. Technically speaking, what we are doing is, what the evolution happening is that there is this extra placeholder where we are also saying, oh, I don't like Lightning, I like Arc, Spark, eCash, Fediments, and there is this enough number of variety. So let's try to look at it, take a pause, look at it from a user's perspective, the guy on the human on the internet. So he's basically starting to see this, and he's wondering, how many wallets should I be carrying now? Like, literally there is a variety of wallets. I have to sign up for each one of them to eventually get. So like today, if you pay in some of the IBEX platforms to use Bitcoin, you potentially get in some conferences 15% discount. So maybe I like that, and I go and subscribe and buy some Bitcoin for that 15% discount. But then comes along another stable coin and they try to discount. So the variety is getting complicated. Why am I bringing this up? This is what is happening. So we've been building Lightning to kind of still achieve this vision, because we realized probably Bitcoin is not the most efficient way of doing this. Lightning works better from a microtransactions perspective. But you know what? The world's moving here. You're no longer building for the human. Unfortunately, that was a 16-year-old vision. We were thinking of building for humans, but if you really look at 8 billion people, each having 200 AI agents to their disposal, technically when you will be actually querying in some of these agentic AIs, you won't be doing the transaction yourself. You will be delegating a budget, saying, if you found a ticket online worth $200 to arrive to Austin, but eventually you'll say, if you can find $150, just do the transaction, I don't care, because it's better than what I found. So eventually you will delegate, and there will be an agent, an AI agent, and then starts the problem. The AI agent won't go through this interface. Like, that's not how an AI agent is going to work. It's going to work through an invisible GUI, invisible checkout cart. And I think That's where the evolution is going. So this becomes really interesting. We've visualized Bitcoin Lightning as a way of payments, but here is the opportunity for Lightning to really break out. And that's where I'm getting to. So if you think I'm probably just kind of boasting around, like the busyness of the slide highlights, this is yesterday night. Yesterday night, Coinbase came out with a competitor for L402. If you're aware of L402, Lightning Labs came out with it almost 1.5 years back. They actually showed a protocol which was earlier called as LSAT as a way to do payments online in the AI space. But Coinbase yesterday came out with a sort of a different version for its own base chain and also for other stable coins. An open source protocol called X402. Solana has its own agentic kit, so an SDK. So I'm proposing an SDK as well here. Solana already has one. Tether already has one. They've announced it. The traditional players are also announcing them. So these are already in the works SDKs that you can go. So what are they trying to do? They're trying to create a wallet for an AI. So look at the amount of work that's happening on the fiat crypto side, and I think we as Bitcoiners, as Lightning enthusiasts, we have an opportunity, a little bit of FOMO, and also a little bit of responsibility that we give an equally strong enough alternate. If AI needs a wallet, Lightning and Sats probably is the way out. So on the right hand side, we have some good amount of work going on as well on the Bitcoin side. So you have few Sats, you have Lightning Labs L402 that I talked about. You also have these new interesting players like Austin, and so I just know this name by his pseudonym, Jesus, and they're actually also building something similar, and they have, so if you want to also kind of look at some of this work in that side, please go and look at it. Yeah, this is real awesome work on the Bitcoin side of the universe. So let's define the problem that I just talked about. So it's very important to kind of share. So historically, the whole internet has been built for humans. It's not built for bots. You have technically created an internet where the bots are discouraged. They're in fact looked as fraud or agents that are actually doing fraud or are trying to exploit you through a phishing attack or something like that. So most likely when you build an AI and try to give that AI a wallet to go and spend and work, most likely it will get caught into this issue of being declined from a transaction. This is the problem. So generally these bots face problems like phishing, brute force attacks, distributed denial of service, because it looks for programmatic patterns that humans can't replicate. Like your CAPTCHA is one good example. Like your cookie footprinting is another example. These are ways where typically bot behavior is identified and it is blocked. But we just talked about like the evolution has already started, like with AI trying to have a wallet and do some work on your behalf while you're using an AI model like an ChatGPT or an OpenAI model, and you want to enable a payment. How does that happen then, right? That's the challenge. So we've understood like without payment capabilities, the agent must interrupt the workflow, and then human in the loop comes in, and then we are back to that story of a GUI cart where you have like a lot of work is done, and then the GUI cart is supposed to allow that check payment, and then I take out my credit card, and that's not agentic anymore. That's like literally interrupting the whole flow, not being able to harness the capabilities of that AI agent. So you already have some of these agents that you use, probably are using. If not, then I highly encourage you to use them for your work. Even if you're doing some work of writing any new protocol as well, it could be very interesting how some of this can do. So some of these agents need purchase access. Like research agents need purchase access to research repositories that are available online. There are these creative AI tools, like for example, I could ask to actually build this entire presentation using AI, and it would actually go and pick up icons, logos, and everything from a noun project website where it needs access to a certain API which gives you all those images. So there are these different use cases where they need payment access, and without access to payments, AI agents hit a fundamental barrier. The second problem is that once you actually unleash an AI, oh, excuse me, my screen. Sorry about that. The screen conked off. We'll wait. Yeah. So I mean, I can still highlight. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thanks. It's back. Yeah. Thank you. So when you open a bank account, you typically go through a verification like a KYC, identity check. You actually have regulatory frameworks that assume human actors are in transaction. So all of this again is a challenge again for agentic AI, because the existing infrastructure is deliberately built and designed to prevent automated participation, right? That's why we're talking about DAM protocol. I'm talking about payments protocol that enables AI to actually do. So it will solve. So if you look at the opinionated variety of the checkout card today, you have all the L2s that I talked about, from Bitcoin, Liquid, eCash, Fedi, Arc, Spark. So Spark is now started by Lightspark. If you know Lightspark, the ones that power Coinbase for their Lightning payments. Yeah, so they've also come out with their opinionated L2 as well. They want to compete with Lightning. And then you look at the fiat rails. There are enough satellite card networks. You have FedNow in the US, in China you have UnionPay, in India you have RuPay. So you're also competing against these. And then on the stablecoin side, I don't need to tell you, like that's also bursting. So liquidity fragmentation will happen. Like I have $5 here, $20 there, $8 there. I have these multiple wallets, and I'm sitting there, and now I need to enable my agentic AI to actually go and start making some payments. I mean, which wallet does it dip into? How does it dip into? How does it actually make payments? Like, this is complex for a human being. How do you enable this for an AI? And then everybody's thinking from the next evolution from an AI standpoint is probably there's going to be a next big model, but it's actually going to be an internet of AI agents. So our internet will be dwarfed by the internet of agents. Like literally there will be a cyberspace of agents which will be probably 100 times bigger than us, and those agents will effectively need some kind of economic wallet power, and that's what we are talking about. So millions of AI agents collaborating as required through the internet of AI agents. So I mean, the thesis behind this is the internet of AI agents is orange and purple, is what I would like to believe from a Bitcoin and a Lightning standpoint. We looked at all the other ones, but the nativeness and the promise of Lightning and other L2s, I think, makes us really go advantageous at this point of time. So I think that's what we're going to talk about. So these are the 4 problems that I covered. I went one by one over each other, and what I'm proposing here is a solution. So if an agentic AI needs a bank account with native monetary internet protocol kind of capabilities, do we need to build something new? No, we have BTC. We don't have to build new unit of account. SATS is already there. It takes care of it. It needs frictionless authorization and comms. So L402 has been demonstrated as a great way of authorizing in a decentralized fashion payments over any resource on the internet. An API, some content that has to be downloaded. It's proven already. And Nostr acts as a great way to have decentralized P2P communication of how the payments got settled. So instead of using HTTP, we probably use Nostr. And then you have interoperability, which is protocol mediation. So you have Spark, you have Liquid, so the beauty is this year Lightning has started to evolve as an interoperable layer. It's become the language of L2s. So all other L2s that you have, you can actually combine and talk through using Lightning, as long as you have a Lightning integration. And then the last one is the MCP protocol. So MCP protocol is a protocol that has been proposed on the AI side of things. So when an LLM has to talk, a large language model, a ChatGPT, OpenAI model, AI model has to talk to certain APIs, an MCP protocol has been coined in November last year, and that's what will solve. So this is a birth of a new category. What the category is technically called as remote digital commerce, and agentic commerce is that category name. So if you're thinking that whatever I'm saying, I've already shown you the work of the latest payment providers that are doing, right? So it kind of takes care of some of these things. I think the most interesting one is also policy control. Like I said, don't spend above $150 or $150 worth of sats in my wallet. So I can, based on certain items that I have given responsibilities to do for that agentic AI, I can define some policies. So building payment infrastructure for AI agent requires both protocol level innovations and operational frameworks, right? So machine friendly payments is what we're talking about. Previously it was human friendly payments. The vision of Satoshi was also for Bitcoin and Lightning, keeping in mind probably humans. 16 years have gone by. AI agents are going really notorious, building a lot more far capability. So we need to start thinking in terms of machine friendly payments, and some of those features would be how we can actually standardize payment interfaces. They will not work through a GUI checkout card, so it has to be an invisible way of doing this. The fee structures, the wallets, and the cryptographic attestation of identity verification indirectly. So the real question here is, and the rhetoric one is, do we really need to invent another protocol? Like literally I named it as damn protocol. It was just a way to say that we already have everything in place. We just need to structure a flow of how certain SDKs can use all of these protocols, rather than trying to coin some new protocol because I have a fetish to build protocols. No, I don't think that's the right way. So the most key part about this is that we are sitting at an opportune moment where fundamentally we can just leverage the existing goodness that we have created in the Bitcoin Lightning ecosystem, and we can combine it together with the MCP protocol and Nostr and actually unleash agentic wallets right now. Like, I mean, that's the beauty about this. So the solution is to kind of and I've given one example how this could potentially work. So I've been trying to think how this is possible. So the MCP protocol is typically supported now at OpenAI. They recently adopted it. It was built by Claude. So Claude is Anthropic, the team at Anthropic who used to work with OpenAI previously. So they've built this and they've now it's been subscribed by the industry. But there are still protocol wars going on, in the AI space as well. So Google has proposed A2A. I'll shortly show a couple of other names as well. MIT has published one as well. So they're like any other protocol wars. On the AI side, they're fighting their protocol wars, which is the best one to use. But again, we start with MCP, and then we kind of actually build and tie. So all of these platforms have to kind of combine together a capability using an auto open pay SDK. They can actually start enabling a payment for an AI to actually get used. So that's the point. So how would some of these things work? So from a layers and workflow standpoint, there's this authorization layer, context layer, payment layer, and a communication layer. And no guesses, like communication is through Nostr, payment is through Lightning interoperability. So eventually you could end up also giving eCash wallet to the AI, but eventually it will get settled via interoperability of Lightning payments. And then context layer is the MCP protocol that I talked about, which is the AI protocol to allow different integrations. And then the authorization layer can be done through L402, which is basically nothing but macaroons plus a pre-image combined together. So if I were to say how the flow of the protocol would go for a transaction, then there is this. So I have published this on GitHub as well. You can actually go and look it up if you're interested in this space. So you basically would do a service discovery through a Nostr relay. Payment request will be sort of authorized to L402. A payment execution would happen through a Lightning channel, and access grant would be given through an MCP server, and then service usage would come through, follow on to that. And the settlement will be broadcasted by Nostr again. So yeah. I've also gone into the design choices of why I've kind of designed it in this way. We could have also looked at, like, somebody could opinionate and say, hey, don't bring Nostr in it. I want to do, instead of Nostr, yes, let's use HTTP, which is what Coinbase did. So yesterday, what Coinbase published, X402, is using HTTP. They're not using Nostr. But it's not decentralized in that sense typically to say, right? So you will have to work with some centralized payment gateways. Nostr allows you to actually build zaps, which gives you the power to do a decentralized way of sending sats over. And this is how I started. Like, somebody could argue, no, let's let's not do it from a protocol standpoint, let's do it from an SDK standpoint. So typically it's a very standard question, like what part to abstract, what part to leave at the discretion of the developer. But I think we have the building blocks already. It's about creating an opinionated example of how to use each of these protocols in a certain order, and I believe the order that I'm proposing is the best that I believe could be done. But again, it's open to interpretation and discussion, like somebody could propose a fork of this protocol as well. There is if you're interested, like some of you who are here, like could go on a hackathon precisely around this space. So there is, I discovered this, that there is a hackathon in San Francisco on 16-17 at Presidio Bitcoin. If you would like to participate in 2 days, I mean, just doing some good karma here to share this. And there are some prizes to win, and some of the companies are participating, including FewSats. The repo that I showed you is doing some of the work on L402 as well. So FewSats is a startup that actually is also doing some of the work around this, but they have their own SDKs. They don't talk about the protocol to say. Yep, that's the end of my talk. If there are any questions or any curious comments, or I'll be happy to receive it. I'm available on X. You can reach out to me anytime. There is a GitHub repository. We have started documenting this protocol. It's very early. If you would like to participate, more than happy to have you and join. Spread the good word. If you believe somebody else would be interested in something like this, send them my way. Happy to collaborate and work together, because I believe this is the lightning payments movement. Like, humans might not use as much because we are so used and tied to, like, if history of computer science goes, we build great technology for a certain reason, but it ends up getting consumed into a completely unimagined reason. I think we are at that moment where agentic AI will really go after capabilities that are native to Bitcoin and Lightning. Bank accounts and all of this old technology might not help. I think that's where a lot of this goodness will really play out. So it's very exciting to actually look at how this evolves. Yep. Yeah, go for it.
Can you elaborate on why you chose L402? Like, are you using the full, because it's not, if you're communicating over Nostr,
Yeah.
you're not using HTTP, but are you just kind of pulling out the authentication piece?
Yeah. So let me show you L4. Yeah. So the reason why, I mean, from a design choice standpoint, why L402? So I think, one, it is an established Lightning based ecosystem monetization capability that has been demonstrated by Lightning Labs. People believe in Lightning. Even if I were to kind of really get excited about some incremental improvement of Spark or eCash or something else, today from an ecosystem standpoint, the popularity wise, the well-testedness of it is there. From an adoption standpoint, L402 has been demonstrated and used. From a technical standpoint, I mean, it's purely a macaroon plus a pre-image signing process that's combined together as an L402, which gives you authorization over any resource on the internet. It can be an API, it can be a blob of data, or it could be even a web service or a webhook for that matter. And I think because of how the L402 is designed for a decentralized play, you can actually avoid centralized payment gateways. So that's the beauty. Like, the ethos is keep it decentralized. Like, how, because eventually there could be a service provider who would centralize this capability of combining 5, like Voltage would run all 5 combined together with an SDK to say, hey, I'm running this for you. That's a service, that's different. But by design, you want to keep the ethos decentralized, because it can allow you to bootstrap a small Bitax like looking cute payment server at one corner of the world, which is actually allowing your agents to make payments. Like, you would want to have that lack of, avoiding the dependency on centralization by design. So that's why L402 makes a lot of sense. Yep.
And then are you thinking about this as pay as you go, or like I've seen L402 used where you kind of get credits?
Yeah, so that's a very good question. Let me bring this out. So the beauty here is the MCP server actually sets the context for auto payment agreements. The agreements can be of 3 varieties. So it could be a subscription type, like you're saying, like I have a contract with you, but in today's world that contract happens over a PDF that we sign together online. But this is like an agent negotiating with another agent where they're setting the context of the negotiation, which is model context protocol in the AI side. So that takes care of that. In terms of the permissions, like then you can abstract away number of calls and time window, for what length of period, how many API calls am I buying for, and that can also be set in MCP. And then the payment schedules, is it fixed or usage based? So you can actually define some of these in the MCP level. And then to give you a flavor of this, let me just quickly go back here. So it would look like this. So on a Nostr payment, it would be like the custom payment event type, where I've defined the MCP context, I've got the permissions, I've put it there, then the payment intent, for what am I doing this. So the beauty here is the MCP can actually read English. It need not do an API integration. So typically as humans, APIs work for humans. If I have to build an integration, I have to write and read, I have to read the documentation of an API, and then I have to craft some custom code which then goes and fits into the other side, and we combine them together. This whole process of reading the documentation and building a compatible integration has been made obsolete by MCP. So MCP is like you write in English and you can actually write an integration with anybody. So just using an English prompt, you're writing integrations technically. So the content here is payment intent 500 sats for API. So it knows then how to integrate automatically via Nostr once it receives this message. That's the beauty of MCP. So it's taken care in that sense. Does that answer your question? Yeah, okay. Yeah. So go look for MCP. It's very interesting. It's the other side of the world on AI side, but it opens up, it rewires your brain how payments can be dealt with, because we are so used to thinking in terms of humans using payments. The economy of AI is going to be 100x bigger than the human payment economy, and I think that's where lightning will bloom. Like that's the use case we've been waiting for it to really play out. Like orange pilling people for coffees and others is a great way to prove the technology, but scaling adoption probably will come with AI trying to go out, shop around with sats. Something like that. Yeah. Yeah, go for it. Sure.
Will there be agents with their own capability of sending and receiving payments, and how do you
Yes.
expect the agents to have access to Bitcoin?
So that's right. Exactly. So the beauty about wallets in the Bitcoin side of the world is that when you open a wallet, when you create a wallet, you don't go through the KYC process, right? So that's where I was trying to highlight that the old banking architecture model is a very old legacy model. So every AI agent can have a bag of addresses which they can call as wallet for different purposes. Each address in that bag of addresses can have different policies of how that money has to be spent. And then those policies are basically contours or budget controls or directions or guidance of how that money should be used based on the owner of that agent. So let's say I am unleashing my 7 agents to do some work for me as my employees. One is working on a research assignment, the other one is working on a software engineering assignment. They literally can do this, by the way. Like I demo this on a very progressive basis, how in 20 minutes, 15 minutes, you can build an entire front-end GUI using a software AI engineering agent. If you've not tried that, I highly recommend you to try that. So if I have these agents that can actually work as my employees, I've also given them budgets to go and actually subscribe to APIs, integrations, get data, purchase data. I can do that, but I can set budgets as my policies based on my judgment and understanding, which it can evolve. So I then delegate them to work autonomously, literally like me hiring 7 employees in a day, saying to them, get this work done by 8 hours. I'm going off to skiing or I'm going off to play golf, and I come back after 8 hours and I see how did they perform, how much did they spend, did they overspend, did they spend less, and I can have another auditor agent to audit them as well, to give me a report to tell me that did they really do well or not. And my cutters could be there, which part of the policy which would stop them to say, yeah, they're overspending and they're they're actually inefficiently spending money. So that's the world we're already in. I'm not talking about like this world will come. We are in this world, and I'm saying this is where lightning will bloom. Like literally, it will bloom because it's a very different kind of a use case. Like this whole idea of requesting for a payment, waiting for the approval with the bank or with a credit card, and then paying that credit card fees. Like microtransactions is what AI agents want to be able to drive different use cases. And then sachetization of content as well, like you're subscribing, but maybe the AI agents will look for a superior resource and they just want like 1 or 2 calls. They don't want to subscribe for the entire month. Now it's possible. Like humans wouldn't do it. I have to be awake to be able to do this stupid stuff, right? But while I'm sleeping, my AI agent is doing all of this for me, literally fighting and negotiating for that 50-cent transaction. It can do, right? That's not a human use case at all. It's not worth my time. But a 50-cent negotiation done 500 times in a year or in a day can actually have significant savings on your budget. So think of that way. It's very different way of thinking this. Cool. I think or if there are more questions we can chat later. Yeah. Okay, thanks. Should I give it here? I can leave it here? Okay, awesome.
So, yeah, from hearing you, essentially built by humans, they start acting like humans, essentially.
Yeah.
Because that's why they were shit posting and doing the shit coins and all. Wow. Yeah, that's where I was kind of like, that is really.
Probably half of Twitter is bots. You don't realize it.
Okay.
So a lot of them that are replying to you or
Yeah.
even writing, half of them are being unleashed by people, and they're just enjoying the earnings from Twitter.
Jeez.
What do you mean enjoy? What do you mean?
Earnings, they're making money because.
What do you mean? Like where?
So
How?
Twitter, yeah. So if you build an AI agent or you release it on Twitter,
A lot of
and
them.
if
How do they even do that? I've looked into like API with Twitter, and it's like super expensive. They're paying the money to.
so now if you get a million views or hits going consistently,
Yeah.
then payouts are of the order of $3,000-$4,000 a month.
Okay. So it covers the cost.
It covers. There are a lot
But
of
still, I
people
feel like the Twitter API is like thousands of dollars a month.
because they know.
Yeah,
Because
because I know
they
that
also
people
know
are doing
that
that.
they're
Yeah.
promoting
Crazy.
AI agents. on
That's
Twitter.
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a really good talk.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah,
it kind of
yeah.
scares me a little bit.
Right?
but-
It was interesting, yeah.
It is real. It's not a
I
question
know,
of-
I use it. But, I mean, honestly, the agent AI, I mean, I need to learn to use it better, but I feel like I still need to like kind of babysit it a little bit too much. Like I can't really just let like,
Okay,
you
I tell
know,
you why.
yeah.
So your definition of AI agent, is subject to your first interaction with the AI, what you were shown. You have I have an I will say here. I have an anchoring problem. If I do not go around, what's your monthly budget on AI?
I don't spend anything on it. That's part of it.
What's
Yeah.
your monthly budget? This is what I ask in every talk. So you have to spend $400 to $500.
Really?
I didn't say you should. I'm
You
saying
You have to. Really?
If you don't,
Uh-huh.
what is happening is you're getting left behind,
Uh-huh.
and your gap is getting created with people who have a $500 monthly.
Yeah.
And they're using so many superior tools.
Uh-huh.
So in fact, everybody says this, AI will create the biggest income disparity
Yeah,
gap will
that's
exaggerate.
scary.
That's how it's happening
Yeah.
through
So-
that.
That's scary.
So if you're not spending and if you're not trying new tools every month, you're not re-anchoring. So your understanding of AI is ChatGPT 2 years back.
Yeah.
And you
Shit.
think, and you're thinking,
This is
I
AI.
have to babysit it, it's too
And that's how I
complex.
think.
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah,
it's
yeah,
alright.
yeah.
I'm not sold on it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that makes
But
sense.
you're not re-anchoring. You have to re-anchor by, so try 1 month, $200, then switch it off if you don't like it.
Okay.
But when you try 200, you'll be like, oh, this is worth $200.
Yeah.
I mean, $2,000.
Okay.
You will realize it.
Interesting.
So I switched on few of them.
Uh-huh.
I'm unable to go back.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That means the product
productivity is 30-40x.
That's crazy.
Jeez.
That's crazy.
So you can do in 1 hour.
Yeah, I just heard of that bot you posted. I was like, what? I didn't ever heard of that before.
Exactly. and Mark sent him 50,000 USD worth Bitcoin. He didn't see it in any other currency. He sent it in Bitcoin.
Yeah.
This is Mark.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can just
Yeah.
create a bot and just start
Crazy.
this shit on.
So yeah, my time has started already. So I'm Ekrem, one of the co-creators of Citria, and today I'm going to talk about non-standard transactions and mempool policies for BTVM bridges. 2 weeks ago, we released our white paper. It's describing the whole protocol, our Clementine. Today, I won't be able to describe it fully, but if you want to look at it, I would encourage you to read it. So yeah, let's start with what is BitVM. So BitVM is essentially a ZK verifier script written in Bitcoin script. It's a huge script. The whole script is like 1 gigabyte. And yeah, we cannot run this on Bitcoin transactions. What we do is like we split it into chunks. So every chunk is under 4 megabyte, which is in the consensus limits. And what operator does is like operator commits to every intermediate step. So at the end, what happens is like, if you run every step one by one from the start, you can find the step which is incorrect. And then by executing this script on chain, you can just send the disprove transaction. So yeah, here's an example. All these like orange squares are assert transactions, which is the prover operator signing every intermediate step. And this pink transaction is a disprove transaction. And this is actually the smallest disprove transaction we have. All the other disprove transactions are full block, 4 megabytes. So here are some numbers. Assert transactions are around total 1.3 megabytes. And the disprove transactions are 4 megabytes in general. So that means disprove transaction is non-standard. So to be able to disprove in malicious activity, you would need to agree with a miner to mine the disprove transaction. We could make disprove transactions standard by having under 400 kilobytes, but that would make us split the chunks a lot more, and that would increase the assert transaction size a lot more. It's maybe more than 20 megabytes. So, and this reduces the throughput of bridge, because in the worst case, the operator needs to prove itself that they are operating correctly. So if someone pays enough money to challenge the operator, then the operator would need to be able to put 20 megabytes of data on chain. It's probably actually more than 20 megabytes. So yeah, that's why we want to go into the trade-off that disprove transaction will be non-standard, really big. What we get is like assert transactions are smaller, which means we get more throughput. So here's a table. When you're building a protocol on Bitcoin, there are some things you need to consider. So if you make every transaction standard, it's good. Like you can send it, nodes will accept it, it will propagate through Mempools, and then some of the miners will mine it if it pays enough fees. If it's non-standard, and if it's non-time sensitive, it's okay. Like you can wait until you can agree with a miner, and that miner will mine it. If a transaction is non-standard, and it's also time sensitive, it's bad. So in our previous example, disprove transaction is non-standard, and it's also time sensitive. Like you have, let's say, 1 week to be able to mine it. This is because like we consider a proof valid, correct proof, if it didn't get disproven in a week. So it's time sensitive. But to overcome this, we want to highly incentivize the disprove transaction. All these like squares, all these rectangles here are outputs, Bitcoin outputs. And this output includes a lot of disprove script in the BitVM. And while spending it, you can get the 2 BTC. So miners are highly incentivized, getting high fees from this disprove transaction. So we still have 2 problems. One is Bitcoin Light Client, and the other one is efficient collateral use. So let's start with what is Bitcoin Light Client. The thing is, we need to be able to reason about the canonical Bitcoin chain. It's like, in our bridge design, operators pays withdrawals, and then after paying it, they do this BitVM game, and they need to be able to prove that that payment happened on Bitcoin. But you cannot prove that naively. Like you need to know what's the latest block of Bitcoin. There are some permissionless solutions like superblocks, but that doesn't work. That doesn't work. And yeah, we started to think about like how we can make this Bitcoin Light client work. And if you think about it, if you want to know the latest state of Bitcoin, you can just ask people, oh, what's the total work you have? What's the total work you have? And you get the maximum one, and then you ask them like, what's your latest block? This way, if you ask enough people, you can get to the latest state of Bitcoin. And this is what we would try to simulate, basically. So we have watchtowers. These are permissioned set of watchtowers. And they can provide you with a longest chain proof. And then the operator has to acknowledge it. So let's zoom into these watchtower challenges a little bit. So these longest chain proofs are ZK proofs, succinct ZK proofs of verifying every header of Bitcoin and then accumulating the total work, calculating the total work till the end. And these proofs are really small. It's like 144 bytes. And we want to make sure that if the challenge happens, if there's a longest chain proof, the operator has to acknowledge it. We want to enforce the operator to acknowledge it. And this acknowledge transaction reveals a pre-image. And with some cool disproval tricks, we can use that pre-image to enforce operator to use those total works. Which means like if operator reveals a pre-image, the operator has to include that longest chain proof in the BTBM proof. So to enforce this, we add a little bit more transactions. So if in 2 weeks, if there's no watchtower challenges, right, this can happen. We have 100 watchtowers. Some of them won't provide a challenge. And after 2 weeks, the operator can just say it timed out, which means these watchtower challenges are time-critical transactions. It needs to be sent in 2 weeks, and we also want to make sure that they have enough total work to ensure that operator cannot lie. And after a watchtower is sending a challenge, now the operator cannot send the timeout transaction because that UTXO is already spent. And in 3 weeks, if the operator doesn't acknowledge it, you can burn the operator's collateral by sending this NAC transaction. So operator has 1 week to acknowledge the longest chain proof. So yeah, the question is how we can sign this 144 bytes of longest chain proof. So you might think that, oh, we can do inscriptions. They're cheap. They're 4 times cheaper. But that doesn't work because inscriptions works like commit and reveal. You cannot do the commit in this part because in 2 weeks, after 2 weeks, the longest chain proof is determined. And this wouldn't work because watchtower can basically withhold the reveal transaction. And then the operator won't be able to prove that the reveal never happened. So the data is not available. It needs to acknowledge it, but the data is not there, and it's stuck. So this doesn't work. So the other solution would be using Winternet signatures. So in this watchtower challenge connector, there is one Schnorr signature verification, and there is also a really large Winternet checksig, which verifies the watchtower's longest chain proof. And this transaction is around 8,000 VBytes. It's not that small, but this works. And at some point, I was thinking, like, okay, watchtower signs 2 things. One is a Schnorr signature, one is a Winternet signature. Maybe we can get rid of this Winternet signature if that Schnorr signature also commits to this longest chain proof. And then we made the transaction like this. It has 80 bytes of op return and 2 unspendable 32 bytes outputs. So this transaction is standard, and the improvement is huge. It's like it was 8,000 VBytes, and now it's just around 260 VBytes. So these watchtower challenges are like not well incentivized. It's just we want to have at least one honest watchtower sending it. So making it small is really important. The issue is like these are unspendable. These 2 32-byte outputs are unspendable, but this is okay because we won't sending these challenge transactions unless there's a challenge, unless there's a malicious operator. So if op return wasn't limited by 80 bytes, we could do this. And this is, I would say, a little bit beautiful than the previous design. But right now, bigger op returns than 80 bytes are non-standard. And as I said, we want to make sure that time-sensitive transactions are standard transactions. And the improvement of this is like really small. It's just like several V bytes and then not wasting 660 sats. But it's like marginally small. And this all op return drama was started with a Bitcoin mailing post. And our protocol was just an example of using unspendable outputs to publish data. There are some cases where you need to publish data. In our case, we needed to publish 144 bytes, and we had to use unspendable outputs because of these limits. We don't need to remove the, like, as Clementine, we don't need op return relaxations. It doesn't extremely improve our protocol. It just makes us good citizens by just not creating unspendable outputs. We won't in the optimistic case, but in the pessimistic case, we need to. So the other problem is efficient collateral use. Like the operator has to put some money to incentivize the disproved transaction. And ideally, we would want to reuse this collateral. So operator puts up collateral one time and then reuses it over and over and again. So we created round transactions. So this is like operator has a collateral, and then there are a bunch of connector outputs which can be used with the same collateral. The intuition here is like, if one of those withdrawal requests are malicious, you can just burn the operator's collateral, and this will stop operator. How it does stop operator? It's just to be able to operator to get money, operator needs to send the next round transaction. But next round transaction depends on this collateral being unspent. So if there is a disapproval, this will be spent, and the operator won't be able to send the next round transaction, and then the bridge will be safe. There are still some problems, like wrap BTC, for example, has a lot of activity going on, and then there was a week where there has been a total of 20,000 Bitcoin burned, which translates to withdrawals or pegouts in our bridge. And like there has been a total of 400,000 mints on wrap BTC. And if we want to have that in our bridge, we would need to be able to handle 40,000 withdrawals per operator. So how we can do that? We make round transactions huge as well. We have like 1,000 outputs, which means operator can facilitate 1,000 withdrawals in parallel. And then we'll have a bunch of these rounds, hundreds of these round transactions back and forth, just to facilitate withdrawals. So let's do some napkin math. If there's like 100 outputs in the kickoff and the dust limit is 330 sats, and if you have 300 rounds, each having 1,000 outputs, the initial collateral requirement is 100 Bitcoin per operator. And if you have 10 operators, it's just 1,000 Bitcoin to make this bridge work. And then, yeah, it will look like this. It's just paying the future dust amounts in advance at the time of setup. We need to put these in the setup because we are doing a bunch of pre-signing, so we have to know TX IDs in advance. So how do we solve this? We use zero-set outputs, which is non-standard for obvious DOS reasons. So we make round transactions, non-standard, each having zero-set outputs except the collateral itself. It's big. If you look at this, these are not op returns. These are taproot outputs that doesn't have any value. And the good thing about is, with Bitcoin Core version 29, we can now spend zero-set outputs with ephemeral anchors. right? Because the issue we had is like, if you have only zero set inputs, then your output needs to be 0. But zero set outputs are non-standard. So how you can make these time-sensitive transactions standard? You just don't care about the outputs. You just put a single output, which is an ephemeral anchor, and you just pay the fees with child transactions. And this is how it looks like. It's like spending 2 zero set outputs to nowhere. And this is actually a standard transaction after Bitcoin Core version 29. Mempool Space says it's non-standard, but it is in the next Bitcoin, in the current Bitcoin, latest Bitcoin version. So to conclude, we have several interesting transactions. We have more than these, but these are interesting for this topic. One is this proof transaction, which is non-standard. It's time sensitive, but it's highly incentivized with an operator's collateral. We have Watchtower Challenge transaction. It's a standard transaction, and it's also time sensitive, but it's rarely happening, and it creates unspendable outputs. We have round and kickoff transactions. These are non-standards because we have zero set outputs. But the good thing is these are non-time sensitive. It's just whenever operator wants to start paying withdrawals, operator waits for its round transaction to be mined and then starts paying withdrawals. So it's not that time sensitive. Yeah, last words. Although there can be some optimizations with BTVM and our bridge Clementine, current design works perfectly with mempool policies and Bitcoin consensus limits. And it's really exciting to build a trust minimized bridge on today's Bitcoin Core's rules. Thank you for listening. Any questions? I guess no. Oh.
So the zero value transactions,
Yeah.
they, like the one with the version 29.
This one?
Yeah, the ephemeral anchor.
Uh-huh.
I understood that they have to be part of our package, and the second transaction must spend that.
Yeah.
So that is really how it happens here.
Yeah. So like, it has one output, which is an anchor output, and there's another transaction that spends it. Yeah, it's a one parent, one child package transaction. The thing is, like, the child liquidity issue only happens if you need to know the TX ID in advance, if you need to like pre-sign some transactions. In this part, we pre-sign the parent transactions, but we don't care about the child transaction. Child transaction is just to pay fees, just to make it on-chain.
Non-standard transactions where we have these multiple zero outputs or a large one for the disprove.
Yeah.
How do you get that mined? Because like you may be running your Bitcoin node to accept non-standard
Uh-huh.
transactions, but does it get propagated where miners pick it up?
No, it doesn't get propagated through mempool. You need to agree with a miner. There's currently only Slipstream, Mara. You go to their portal, you submit your transaction, you pay a little bit more fees, and then it gets mined. So you're asking, like, would you change, if the op return limit removed, would you change it to use larger op returns? Was that the question? Uh-huh. Exactly, yeah. The issue is, like, even if it gets merged, even if you remove the op return limit, it needs to be widely accepted by the nodes. So when you're sending a transaction, it needs to propagate, and for example, at least 50% of the hash rate is mining those larger op returns, and I think that's okay. But if it's less than 50%, I think it's not worth the trade-off of having time-sensitive transaction only by mined half of the miners. Yeah, and we want to make sure these Watchtower Challenge transactions are sent with in a like low time period, because we want to make sure they also have like larger total works to make the operator's job a little bit harder.
Can the washed out transaction could also again split in two, so that the repeating two different operators of two different transactions?
It's a single transaction that spends 0 stat output and then creates 2 dust outputs and one 80 bytes op return. The good thing is like we don't have to do these ephemeral anchors here because Watchtower can add additional inputs to pay the fees. So thank you for listening.
Do we have audio? It sounds like it. All right, so I am, or at least was, a software engineer, primarily focused on building high security Bitcoin wallets for the past decade. So this talk will be directed really at people who are building stuff in the ecosystem, really discussing what I've seen over the years, what I've learned, and mostly where I think a lot of our deficiencies lie in how we are approaching the development of wallets and other infrastructure that is generally being managed or helping people to manage private keys. So after a decade of building within this space, I guess you could say I've seen some shit. I have seen users lose money in ways that I never imagined. I have seen people effectively turn distributed multi-signature wallets into effectively single signature wallets. I've seen users get frustrated by inconvenient security features, turn them off, and subsequently get hacked. I've met countless individuals, even to this day, who choose to leave their Bitcoin with a custodian because they don't trust themselves to use a hardware wallet correctly. And these fears are somewhat legitimate. So I speak to you today as a builder, and I'd say that over the past decade, we've done a great job protecting our users from hackers and from external threats and other attackers. But I believe that we are severely lacking when it comes to protecting our users from themselves. So this is actually some really outdated, or the question is, why is this so small? We gotta be able to fix that. Where's my AV guy? Maybe I can fix my display settings. I want you to definitely be able to read what is on the screen over there. Yeah, let me see if I can just like, is this a 16 by 9? Hold. Yeah, I was trying to change the resolution. It wouldn't be a tech talk without technical issues. Where's my full screen? Ta-da! All right. So for those who missed it, I saw folks get wrecked, and now we will talk about the wreckage. These are outdated stats from a number of years ago, so the stats are likely worse. And I think pretty much all of us should be aware that there are inherent risks to trusting third parties with your money, and this will be a mission that we, I think, have to fight against for pretty much all of eternity. But once you actually get people convinced that trusted third parties are a security hole and that they should look into taking self-custody, then they have to start going down the whole rabbit hole of all of the responsibility and the headaches that come with being your own bank. And let's be honest, very few people out there are security experts, much less Bitcoin security experts. So there's another problem happening. And that is essentially that you could argue that the users that are coming into this space are getting less technically savvy. And that is a problem, once again, when we're talking about an extremely complex issue of all of the security considerations when you're trying to manage private keys. So I think this is a natural thing. It's not just that newbies are stupid. It's this is how adoption of any technology really happens. And so each new cohort that comes in generally comes in because of some new narrative that was come up with by the last cohort. And usually that new narrative is some new dumbed down distillation of ideas that make it easier for people to comprehend. And that's what makes the light bulb go off and gets them interested. But also it means that newer cohorts are more likely to be casual users. They're not going to be the nerdy OGs who were interested in reading code and documentation 10 or 15 years ago. And so this is, of course, highly general. There will always be outliers, but in general, users are not going to read any manuals. And for a long time, I thought, okay, this is just an education issue. And so that's why I've put so much time into my educational resources site. I figure, okay, we just tell people how to do the right things, right? That might get another few percent that are going to pay attention to you. But really, the conclusion that I'm coming to these days is that especially for self-custody, for helping people be their own banks, the users are only really going to do what you force them to. And this is unfortunate, but this is what I'll be talking about. There's a lot of trade-offs between security and convenience, and trade-offs between security and freedom, right? So this is why at Casa we very specifically have just a very dumbed down, simple Bitcoin wallet where we do not have much advanced functionality because we think it's frankly too dangerous for the cohort of clients that we're trying to onboard. So nonetheless, I still think that from a software and user design perspective, there's a lot of room for improvement for how we're building these services because we're still really focused on, how do I prevent someone from getting hacked? And we're not so focused on what are all the really insane and idiotic things that the user might do to shoot themselves in the foot. And if we don't continue to improve the user experience, the quality of our wallets and our software that we're building, then I think the natural result is that users will not feel like that they can trust the software to guide them along and to keep them safe. And so they're just going to go to trusted third parties because it's so much easier and it feels safer because the risks are more on the edge. It's more of a tail risk for getting rugged by a highly reputable, long-standing, trusted custody provider in this space. So this is only a few things that have come across my radar. Bitcoin has a really high learning curve, especially once you get into self-custody, and it can take many years of operating in the space to pick up on a lot of the best practices, because generally there's no like one singular guide. This is just like random knowledge that's scattered all throughout the ecosystem, and like we said, nobody's going to be investing the time to go around and collect all of that knowledge and read all of it. Even if they go and read the 100 or so links on my Bitcoin security resources, they're probably going to miss out on a fair amount of it. So, for example, address reuse is one of the most basic things in Bitcoin. I think even Satoshi probably talked about it. And yet, to this day, last I checked, something like half of all Bitcoin addresses are getting reused. And this is bad from a privacy perspective. It's bad from a security perspective, especially from quantum. And then I'll talk about later, it's also bad from a social engineering perspective with some new attacks that we've been seeing. Then there's stuff like address gap limits. A lot of people probably don't even know what that is. But basically, you generate too many addresses, and then you go try to reconstitute your wallet in other software, your funds might be missing. And the vast majority of people would just freak out and not understand why that happens, or how wallets discover your money in the first place. A lot of UTXO management issues, and then more meta things like inheritance planning, which I think doesn't happen a lot in our space, probably because it's a younger cohort that is generally not thinking about inheritance planning. And of course, the actual keys themselves, how do those get managed? A lot of issues around transaction fees, which right now is not an issue, of course, but from time to time when there are actual contention for block space, then that can become problematic. And then weird edge cases like this total balance versus spendable balance, generally something you'll not come across unless you hit it with a combination of a high fee rate environment and you're trying to sweep all of the funds in your wallet. You may discover that the actual funds you can send are not the same amount that are the aggregate of all of your UTXOs. And then finally, we'll get into some of the social engineering stuff, which I think is one of the bigger threats emerging in the environment lately. So anyone who is in the security space may be familiar with this chart. In general, when you're trying to think of threat models and think of what should we be guarding against, then you kind of have an X and Y axis where you have on the X axis, like how likely is this particular threat going to happen? How frequently is it going to happen? And then on the other axis, you have how bad is it? And so obviously you want to focus mostly on the ones which are the most likely and the most severe, and then kind of work your way backwards until you're trying to address the things that are both unlikely and minimal in their impact. So one example, just with the generation of keys. Thankfully, this doesn't happen very often these days because I think a lot of people are using hardware wallets to generate keys. But people, you give people a tool and they will just use it in stupid ways. I think my favorite one, for example, is that someone back in the day created a Brain wallet with empty string, put 50 coins into it, and of course it was instantly gone because the tech nerd guys were already scanning for anyone that was using simple phrases out there. But this is just a really easy example. There's still plenty of other examples where people are manually creating keys, perhaps by rolling dice or something, and they're just not getting enough entropy in there. So I think this is a good example where this is just not functionality you should be offering to normies. There's really no good reason to let people generate their own keys. Humans are very, very bad sources of entropy. Why even give people this knob to play with in the first place? And of course, data loss is a big issue. On the left, we have a well-known guy in the space who has 7,000 Bitcoin that are stuck on, I think, an iron key device or something because he just forgot the password to decrypt it. And if he does it a few more times, then it will self-destruct. Or on the other side, this was actually an editor of some major newspaper or magazine, I think. And he screwed up and basically forgot the pin to his Trezor, and I think he also either threw away or like his maid threw away his seed backup that was just like scribbled on a piece of paper. And so, these are really easy things to do, because I think this is one of my biggest gripes and beefs with pretty much every hardware manufacturer out there, is that you buy the hardware device and then they generally give you a piece of paper and it says, write down your seed phrase and keep it safe. And the keep it safe part, it seems so innocuous, right? But there's this like iceberg of information security practices underneath what like keep it safe actually means for a highly critical piece of data like that. And so I think it's very easy for someone to just say, okay, I'll keep it safe. Like I'll literally put it in my safe at my house and that's safe, right? Well, I mean, it's safe against some things, but not against everything. And if a large portion of your net worth is in that thing, then you might want to keep it safer. But I digress. Data backups, once again, problematic. I actually just learned about the fishing rod guy this past week when I was researching stuff for this talk, where, guy bought, once again, several thousand Bitcoin. I think it was like 6,000 Bitcoin. And he wrote down his seed phrase and he put it in a fishing rod box. And that was fine until he got arrested and went to jail for 5 years. And then all of the possessions in his apartment got cleaned out and thrown in the garbage. So, I think most people probably don't put get arrested and sent to jail for 5 years in their security model when they're thinking about how do I back up my private key material. And I think everyone is familiar with Mr. James Howells, unfortunate Mr. Howells, who has several thousand Bitcoin, and he knows where it is. That's probably the worst thing. And he's been trying to get to it for a long time, and I think he has officially failed at this point. Another insecure backup example was a number of years ago, where it was a service that basically had multiple backups, and unfortunately, even though they had a cold wallet, they had a backup that was mistakenly stored on one of those servers. So it was actually a hot wallet because they didn't think about the fact that backups are also important. And some people may be familiar with, I think this has happened multiple times, is basically YouTubers who were screwing around with their wallets and then they would screen share something and it accidentally showed the seed phrase and gone. So don't do that. Password reuse, this depends on what type of service you're running, but if you are running a hosted service where there's some sort of login, authentication, password stuff, this actually happens all the time. I've seen this when I was working, at every company I've ever worked at, because I've always worked at software as a service companies, but like both BitGo and Casa regularly see drive-by attacks, where it's basically someone got a data dump from a leak, and they're just trying every username password combination, because they know that a lot of people reuse their passwords. The interesting thing is, if you run one of these services, and you don't mind doing a little digging around the dark web, then the best way that you can actually help your users with this is to go and get these password dumps and run them against your own users. And if you get any matches, you basically lock the user's account and force a password reset. So there is stuff that you can do in certain situations. UTXO management, big issue. I think most people don't even know that there's no such thing as a Bitcoin. There's only UTXOs that happen to have value associated with them. I won't go into the nuances of UTXOs, but basically it's a Goldilocks problem. Because of my decade of watching all types of different users and their transaction patterns, I've noticed that a lot of transaction patterns are very bad when it comes to UTXOs. I see some users who just get a ton of deposits and almost never withdraw, and so they build up hundreds, if not thousands, of UTXOs, which are actually impossible to spend all at once due to consensus limitations of size of transactions. I've seen other users that have way too many withdrawals and not enough deposits, and so they end up essentially having to respin the same change outputs from their own transactions. And we actually developed an algorithm at BitGo to detect that and essentially automate the fanning out and the creation of additional change outputs for users that were in that situation where they're essentially UTXO starved. And if you have just the right number of UTXOs, that's really what you're aiming for, because you don't want to be creating large data sizes, at least in high fee environments. Go for it right now. Nobody cares. Nobody's actually using Bitcoin. You can bloat the hell out of the blockchain and the UTXO set right now. Once again, this doesn't really apply right now, but there are times when fee estimation can get pretty gnarly. And this is a chart not of fee estimates during a certain time, but rather of the spread between the different fee estimates from different service providers. And the main point being here, there's no consensus about the best way to do fee estimation. And so the green, I believe, is for the next block, next 1 or 2 blocks, and that's where, of course, the most volatility was. And I suspect that the reason for that is that some services were actually looking at the mempool and incorporating that data into their fee estimation, whereas others were only using trailing blockchain data. I would say it's preferable to just make RBF very easy for your users. And the nice thing is that as of today, you don't even need to do RBF. You can just make it possible for users to essentially double spend themselves. As long as they are bumping up those fees, you no longer have to specifically flag it on the transaction. So if your service is more of a hot wallet or single signature type of setup, then it actually makes sense to undercut whatever the fee estimation for a certain target is, and then just automatically bump up the fees every so many minutes or blocks or what have you, and sort of work your way up until you get included in a block. But not all use cases have that option. Multisig in particular, not so much, especially distributed key multisig. And another thing that I've noticed around fee estimation, there are cycles. There are daily cycles and there are weekly cycles for demand for block space. This should not be a surprise because generally people are transacting while they're awake. So if you just look at where is the sun over the earth and how many humans are currently awake, that generally corresponds to what the demand for block space is at any given time. So if you're a savvy user of block space, you may lower your time preference and decide, for example, to transact on the weekends when people are off having a real life and not doing Bitcoin stuff. So there's a lot of variables here, and you can't really expect people to know much about fee estimation. So the main takeaway that I've had, especially from the high fee environments, is that we should not automate fee estimation. So this is another weird trade-off. In a lot of these cases, we actually want to hide as much of the complexity from the user as possible. But what I found is that when there's a lot of contention for block space and everyone's automating, they're basically just listen to your local programmer and have them select a fee, that creates weird feedback loops in the ecosystem. And that's one of the reasons why we get these crazy spikes up and down. Other than, of course, people doing token mints these days, which is a whole other issue. So there's also, related to this, once again, if you give users too much input, they will screw it up. So this is only a few examples, but there's many examples of people inverting the send amount and the fee amount. This is probably because of a poor UI where it was literally just 2 boxes for you to type into. I think fees should never let someone type in a number. That is just way too scary. Too many things can go wrong. I would prefer something like a drop down or a slider where you're limiting the options to various sane limits. Also related to this is the fact that sometimes a valid and even a standard transaction may not be relayable across the network, and that's because the fee floor for a default mempool size can actually go up and down. This is just yet another aspect of fee estimation that very few people are going to take into account. With regards to addresses, my main issue here is the address gap limit. Once again, is that the UX of pretty much every wallet I've ever come across just lets you click generate address, generate address, generate address. You do that more than like 10 or 20 times, you're going to have problems if there's a gap that's more than, I forget if the standard is 10 or 20, because you take your seed phrase and relevant information to some new software wallet, and the way that it finds your money is by iterating through the derivation paths. And like once it hits some limit, and I think the standard is 10 or 20, it stops looking. So if you put your funds in some far future derivation, then it's actually not going to show up in the wallet unless you can tell the wallet and basically force it to keep looking. And so I mentioned address poisoning, gave a whole talk on this at MIT a month or two ago. Basically, this is a combination of issues, but I would say it's address reuse is the biggest driver of why this is a problem in the first place. If people didn't reuse addresses, then address poisoning attacks would be completely irrelevant. And what is a poisoning attack? It's basically an attacker scans the blockchain for addresses that have large amounts of funds in them, and then they use a vanity generator to generate an address with the same starting and ending characters. I've seen like 4 starting and 4 ending, sometimes 1 or more. Of course, it gets exponentially more difficult to generate more of them. Why does it work? A, because people are lazy. I think we've pretty much covered that. Also, poor UX, especially on mobile apps that actually tend to shorten and cut out the middle parts of the addresses and will only show the starting and ending characters, which make it even harder, if not impossible, to do a full verification and comparison. And then also probably issues with making it easy for people to copy and paste addresses from their history. And I think that we should be disincentivizing that, making it as hard as possible. This is kind of related to address gap limit stuff, but in general, wallet recovery is a nightmare. It is better now that we have wallet descriptors, but still, I think a lot of wallets out there do not support descriptors, and so the result of this is that we have this website called walletsrecovery.org to document the like 100 different combinations of derivation paths and script types for all the different wallets across the ecosystem. And it's just so much easier to copy and paste a little blob of a descriptor these days. I think everyone should be doing that. You can even encode it into a QR code. That's one thing that we started doing at Casa. From a user best practice perspective, I think it's good that a number of the wallets out there, like after you generate a seed phrase, they generally make you like put it back in or verify that you wrote it down. And that's good, but that should not be the only time. I think this needs to be a recurring issue. Think of it as basically a regular health check. Make sure that whatever you did with that seed phrase, that it's actually still there, that it's not been corrupted or destroyed, and that it will actually work when you need it to. I think that if you're not, at least on like an annual basis or something, going and recreating your wallets from scratch using whatever your recovery data is, you can't really be that sure that your recovery setup is still going to save you when you really need it. And then, like I said, social engineering stuff is really what's scaring me these days, because just in the past year, we've seen multiple social engineering scams for hundreds of millions of dollars against users in this space. And I don't know these people. My understanding is they're generally elderly. And that we know that there are people out there that are holding hundreds of millions of dollars in self-custody in a single signature setup, and that one mistake, one call from the wrong tech support, and it's all over. And so that's why I thought talking about vaults, for example, this is a potential improvement to the protocol where we could make it easier for elderly or less sophisticated people who have a ton of money to essentially have a friend or family member be a check and make sure that like if something goes wrong, if they fall victim to something, it's not going to be catastrophic game over type of event. And from a practical standpoint, anything that you give to a user, you should pretty much assume they're going to lose it. So that's why I think that coming back around and having them repeat and prove that their data is in a good spot is important. And there are various things that you can do here. For example, like requiring really high password complexity, I think will help nudge people into using a password manager, for example. And preferably, if they're using a password manager, they're going to be not reusing the same passwords everywhere. There's a really gnarly issue around like how do we get people to follow best practices in meat space. And so when we're talking about like offline data backups, there's not really any software that you can write to enforce that. All you can really do is continually remind the user over and over again. And of course, there is the inheritance issue. This is something where I think it's something that needs to be built in, or at least a sort of reminder. Like a lot of these best practices need to be shoved in people's faces. Basically, okay, we got you to create your wallet, we got you to back up your wallet, and then really the final thing after you know that it's backed up and recoverable is, can it be recovered by your heirs? And that tends to be actually a different problem where you're trying to create new game theory and new security models. I do really like some of the new stuff that we can do with Miniscript. Liana and Anchorwatch are doing cool stuff here. I call these escape hatches of like basically coming up with other spending conditions that are time locked far in the future, so that if some catastrophe happens, it doesn't have to be the game-ending catastrophe. You can have another set of keys, perhaps that are held by custodians, perhaps that are held by semi-trusted third parties that can then aid you in recovering from certain situations. And so really, a lot of what I've been talking about is like this is all related to how we're designing the products. For most of our history, the software we've been writing is like for nerds by nerds, but we're past the nerd adoption phase at this point. Like the mainstream is getting here, and I think we need to start doing a better job of actually designing stuff for the mainstream and understanding that they're not going to read the manual, and that you basically need to guide them and force them to follow the best practices, because if you don't, they're eventually most likely going to run into some sort of footgun situation. So this is not necessarily saying that people are stupid, but they are not deep into the minutia of all of this stuff that I've been talking about. And that's why it is really the onus, even though the responsibility is technically on anyone who's doing self-custody, I think you have to admit that there is some level of responsibility on the rest of us to help them climb the ladder. So know the limits of your security. I will say I've never seen a wallet that thinks about what its security model is and then tells someone that they put too much money in it. That's also something that we do like with our single sig wallets. If you have more than $1,000 in it, we tell you need to put this somewhere better. So the point being, your software should be opinionated. There is this balance between freedom and security, but I think that if we want to help normies be more secure and be able to navigate this very scary and complex environment, we do need to restrict their freedom a bit, because freedom is dangerous. So, out of time, but happy to talk to any of you after about any of these issues. This is what I've been living and breathing for a decade, and I think that the problem is going to only get harder and harder as the cohorts that come in are less and less sophisticated. Thanks.
All right, check, check. Good. All right. I'm going to try to wake everybody up. I'm going to do an analog exercise here. So my talk is about mining as a service and how it's important. But I want to ask a simple question to start with. How many people are acquiring sats by mining them right now? Okay, 2. Cool. How many people are acquiring sats by buying them right now on an exchange or some other service? So that's most everybody in the audience, right? All right. So here's where things get fun, and I'm going to see if I can manage my wires here and not trip myself. But the question I've got is why are you going to exchange to buy them instead of mining them as a Bitcoin community? What's keeping you from mining Bitcoin? That's the question I want to ask. So, anybody? Electricity. Okay. Why not mine Bitcoin? So this was not pre-tested, so we're going to see how this goes. So electricity. I'm going to say $1 per kilowatt hour because I'm in mining and that's how I think. What was the other one? Somebody said hardware? What's that mean? Just you can't actually get it? CapEx, okay. CapEx? All right. Upfront costs, okay. Cool. What else? Okay. Keep rolling with me. What else we got here that's causing you not to mine? Cooling? What do you mean? Like you can't figure out? Like it's gonna be too hot wherever you run your miner? And okay. Yeah. So I'm gonna call it environment. How about that? Yeah, your environment needs to be right. Got it. Okay. Any other reasons? Yeah, I'm going to say work and convenience are the same thing, right? It's kind of opposite sides of the same coin, right? It's inconvenient. All right. Anything I don't have listed here that it's a blocker at this point? I mean, I think we could go on forever about little niggles here and there, but I think these are the main ones that keep most of us from mining, right? Okay. So what if we could create a solution that solved all this? So you could acquire your Bitcoin the way Satoshi designed the network. Would you still want to go to an exchange? That's the question, right? So let's see if the keys are working here. We got a core problem in the Bitcoin community right now. And the core problem is that the mining community is separated from this conversation for the most part that's happening here. And that's causing problems. And, you know, in lots of areas of the Bitcoin community, it's thriving, wallets, nodes, L2s. Mining, though, is opaque, and it's almost like an oil and water situation even within the Bitcoin community. And it's a critical part of the community, and we need to be here and participating, right? So this is part of the reason why I came, and I came quite a ways, actually. I live in the Peruvian Amazon. I know that sounds wild, but I actually do. But I came here specifically because I'm a Bitcoiner first and foremost, miner second, and as a Bitcoiner, I see that there's a major problem, and you guys are part of that solution. So I wanted to talk to you. And the real problem is the Bitcoin community itself is at fault. And what I'm going to tell you is not going to be something you've heard anyplace else because I don't think anybody's talking about it. But everybody in this room right now will look at mining, myself included, and say we've got centralization problems going on, right? We all agree with that. The reason we have these centralization problems going on, though, is downstream of a fundamental issue. And it's that all of us in this room, for the most part, are buying our Bitcoin on exchanges instead of mining it. And right now, the majority of the hash rate on the network is acquiring Bitcoin as a proxy for fiat. They're fiat hashers. That's the majority of the network right now. And that's a problem because if you're hashing for fiat, ultimately as your end goal, you're not necessarily going to stay in line with the incentives of the network. If you're hashing for Bitcoin, your incentive set is aligned to protect the network because you care about the Bitcoin. So this comes down to what people are seeing as money, right? That core distinction. If you see Bitcoin as money, then you're acquiring Bitcoin through your hashing. If you see fiat as money, you're acquiring fiat through your hashing because you're ultimately going to sell your Bitcoin. And this is creating a, we've got an outage, tech issue. But this is creating, in my opinion, the downstream impacts of the centralization that we're seeing in mining. And so the solution to that is we need more Bitcoiners in mining. And he's going to get this back up here. We're good. And we're gone. Let's see here. Should I do the unplug, replug, on off switch? I'll try not to touch anything. No? Well, I'm going to keep talking since I got limited time. But at SAS Mining, what I have been focused on is, I grew up on a farm, and there's an old adage in farming where the wise farmer is the one that plants the seeds of the trees that his grandkids are going to enjoy the shade of, right? That's what I see that I'm working to do here at SAS Mining is I want to create a system through SAS Mining by which Bitcoin can be distributed the way Satoshi designed the network, and shift ultimately the incentive set driving mining right now away from fiat acquisition into Bitcoin acquisition. And so the first thing I want to point out is it's cost effective to mine Bitcoin, right? This is something that I found shocks a lot of Bitcoiners, but right now I have clients in Paraguay, and we've got data centers Paraguay, Norway, Wisconsin right now. But I've got clients in Paraguay. It costs them $3.70 to use this mining rig, and they generate 7,819 sats right now. And that means that their cost to acquire Bitcoin is $47,000. To me, this is actually one of the core arguments that is not making its way into the Bitcoin community, is that it's cost effective to acquire your sats. And the other thing is, this is a very simple truth that I think has escaped a lot of us. It escaped me for a year and a half running this business model. Bitcoin mining is the only way that you can put dollars into an investment and generate fresh Bitcoin. There's no other opportunity on the planet that does that. And as a result, if you're thinking about Bitcoin mining from an ROI standpoint, as a Bitcoiner, I think you're missing the forest for the trees. The right way to look at this is it cheaper for me to buy those sats on an exchange, or is it to acquire them through mining? And when you look at it through that lens, you start seeing, oh, there's a long-term value proposition here. Now, I do want to point out one thing about this very simplified analysis. This is just how much does it cost to run it? How much Bitcoin do I get? This does not include the CapEx of the mining rig on the front end or the value for it on the back end. That's a separate asset, and trying to say what the price is or the value of that CapEx when you buy it versus when you sell it is an overly complicated conversation. You can certainly have it, but I'm trying to get across the value proposition of while you're running a mining rig, this is what it's costing you to acquire your Bitcoin. So what if mining was easier than buying? Right now, the hosting model has generally been driven also by people that are looking to acquire fiat as their money source, right? And so what that has led to is an opaque, rent-seeking, and misaligned incentive model. So we've taken and thought about this from the very ground up and saying, okay, there's 3 levers. There's only 3 ways that you can make this type of a business model work. If I'm going to have possession of something you own, it needs to be a high-trust relationship. And with these 3 levers, you either have the hardware you're selling, the electricity you're selling, or the block reward itself. Those are the only 3 levers you've got to run a profitable business. So lever 1 is, hey, I'm going to mark up the mining rigs. Lever 2 is, I'm going to mark up the electricity. Maybe I'll do a bit of both. But what if you just say, I'm going to pass the cost through, and I'm only going to take a percentage of the block reward that's left over? Now I'm suddenly, my profit margin's completely exposed and naked, so you know exactly what I'm making from the value proposition. I'm also not going to generate any revenue for myself unless I help you generate revenue. And oh, by the way, I also want you to generate the maximum amount of revenue that you can, because I'm going to benefit as well. And on top of that, you can avoid all the KYC surveillance that comes with an exchange-based acquisition approach, right? So that's how we've designed the business model here at SAS Mining. Now, the business model, that's one side. The second side is we're a software forward business. So what I mean by that is we actually built a user experience that is akin to what Uber did for the taxi service, right? Make it simple, transparent. Are you helping me out? Cool. I'll keep talking. If you want me to do the unplug, replug, let me know. All right, there we go. Game on. So what we envision as SaaS Mining is this platform that we're building, this software forward experiences. What if we take all the tools that all the pubcos have out there, the fiat majority hash rate, and we suddenly democratize those? Marketplace for your mining rigs, pool choice selection that it's easy as your iPhone to use, block construction, financing options, all these things that are sort of opaque and behind closed doors. What if we expose them in a simplified UX experience so that you are then empowered to get a financed mining rig, generate your own sats, have a marketplace to sell and liquidate when you want to upgrade. All these things is what we're working on, and ultimately the goal of all of this is, I don't know, I feel like I'm touching something and it's things is just breaking on me. Okay, but ultimately the goal is to push out that fiat incentivized hash rate and move towards Bitcoin. So putting the ownership in people's hands. So you own the mining rig, you own the Bitcoin that comes out of it, your serial number. We just have it in one of our data centers and we manage it. And for doing a good job with it, you're able to receive the Bitcoin, wild sats, that's what we call it. So we don't get the surveillance state looking down our backs at us. We don't say KYC free, we call them wild sats. But this is the best way that we can think of to help the network itself. So what are these tools that we need to put into users' hands? Well, I think I've talked about most of this already, so I'm not gonna waste words here, but ultimately it's again the same message, diluting that hash rate. Now, this is something different that I think I've been thinking about this a lot because I don't think anybody's really simplifying things from like how you make money as an individual in this ecosystem. I haven't heard anybody talk about this, and this is a simple truth that I think everybody should know, especially as a developer. There's only 3 ways to make money in this ecosystem, and if it's not one of these 3 ways, then it's a derivative of one of these 3 ways. One is you raise VC money, and you hope that you have a winner with that, or maybe you work for a VC-funded company and you hope it ultimately becomes profitable and a winning proposition, right? 2 is you run an exchange of some sort or work an exchange of some sort, and you're funding yourself based on the transaction from Bitcoin to fiat. That cut is what's funding your life. The 3rd way is, and I think it's the most Bitcoin aligned way, is you're involved with the mining of Bitcoin because every 10 minutes there's a new block. Now, the fourth way that I think arguably is funded and most known is to be an influencer that's advertising one of these 3 other models, right? But as far as I'm aware, there's not another way to pay for your life. And so if you're looking for like long-term like wealth generation to raise a family, this sort of thing, ultimately us working in the mining sector, I would argue is probably going to be the most profitable outcome. I didn't say it's easy, but even if you're not interested in our business model, there's a lot of people here that are doing amazing projects to help decentralize all these other downstream impacts that are coming from the incentivization of acquiring fiat through Bitcoin mining. But there's a lot of areas, firmware, the routing logic, control boards, data standards, the mining pools, all these things are problems that need to be solved. So yeah, very much excited to see those areas being worked on. But the default model right now, and I think it's actually been a bit of a poisoned well situation, has come from hosting that's kept most of the Bitcoin community away from mining to acquire their Bitcoin. We've got to solve for that. And we've got to solve for that because of the health of the network. And, that's part of why I came here, is to find some other folks interested in helping me with it. So if you are interested in helping me with that, and I got a Q&A up here after this, there's basically 3 steps. One, spin up a rig so that you can plug into sovereign Bitcoin production. I like to think of it as Satoshi's DCA. You're doing it with electricity. 2, help us build, looking for developers that want to contribute and code and be creative in this platform that we're building. And 3, I am doing a crowdfunding campaign in June to help further this mission. So those are the 3 primary ways, and we're focused not on decentralizing hash rate, but decentralizing ownership and bringing more individuals in. The social consensus layer is super important to protecting the network, and having aligned incentives with the Bitcoin community is the most protection we can get for it. So I will be quiet now. And do I really have 14 minutes? That's amazing. I don't think I do. I technically have 6, but he was kind and told me I could go over. So yeah, if anybody's got questions. Yeah, so it's we've picked the platform. I don't want to say it's a Bitcoin only. There's 2 of them out there. We've picked the platform, and we're gearing up right now, prepping all the financials, the background, CPA reviews, etc. to launch. The maximum raise will be about 600,000 that we can raise. What we intend to do with the funds. So the most expensive part of our business is our staff. So staff and then power deposit. So our business has been growing basically by bootstrapping it at this far. Now we did raise some pre-seed capital, but we burned through most of that by 2023, and then we've been just growing organically. That's why you guys, most of you probably have not heard of SAS mining. If you have, it's probably like, oh, who's that sort of a thing, and it's because we've just been growing by word of mouth and not spending anything in the marketing budget. But we're starting to scale to a point where we can do a little bit more and grow a bit more aggressively. But the most expensive part of our business is we play a matchmaker role, so we don't own the data centers. We spend a lot of time doing due diligence on who's going to partner with us, and that's my background. I worked in rooftop solar for about a decade, so I understand the contracting trade pretty well and how you negotiate, lay things out, and make sure that you're going to have a successful relationship. And we've been operating now for 3 years, and we're ready to put the foot on the gas. And to answer your question, power deposits is where most of the money will go to. So generally speaking, in our business model, you need to pay for 3 months of power in advance, and that's quite a hefty check per megawatt of capacity that you want to acquire. But our core value proposition is basically, I go find the data center operator, I go arrange all the contracts, and then once the mining rigs are actually there on the rack starting to generate, I start to actually get a return, and we generate Bitcoin for our treasury and what we're holding. But if you look at it, the last data center that we brought online was Norway. I started that relationship in June last year. It wasn't online until December. It's a very long cycle. We do a lot of work up front to go find like a great opportunity for our clients before we bring it to market. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's the PPAs that are behind most of our data centers are longer, but some of them, like Norway, is spot electricity price. Actually, we're in the Arctic Circle, so there's not really a PPA there. But because it's a heat reuse opportunity, the electricity spot is also very cheap. There's a lot of abundant hydro in the northern part of Norway, and then we're doing heat reuse. So the building the data center we're selling the heat to heat that building, and so your OpEx then gets reduced because you've got revenue coming in on the heat side of things, and so that's how we're able to have such attractive rates. But yeah, we're pretty well integrated, and by coming off of that situation, we would ultimately cause their heating costs to go up. So as far as I see it, it's the alignment of incentives is sort of perfect for a long-term situation there. Yeah, I mean, we are on X. I've got a content guy that posts very religiously. You might have seen some of her stuff. But my DMs are always open, and sasmining.com is our website if you want to come check it out. It's like kind of an e-commerce solution on the front end. Traditional Web 2. buy a mining rig, we get it shipped, deployed, you put down your credit card. At least that's how most people do it. You can pay everything with Bitcoin, that's totally fine, but most people put a credit card on file, and then their electricity bills each month are charged against it. You only pay for what your mining rig is consumed. We include all the maintenance in it and make it nice and simple. Like, I mean, literally my mother mines with us, you know, to make it simple. And one of the things I really love that is, I think, kind of to what Jameson was talking about, is by design, you have to give us a Bitcoin address. There's no way for me to have custody of your Bitcoin, right? The Bitcoin that your mining rigs generate goes to whatever wallet address you send us. That could be cold storage, that could be to an exchange. We don't know where our clients are sending their Bitcoin, but we don't have to worry, like exchanges do, or we are constantly saying to our friends and family, like, hey, get your Bitcoin off an exchange. It just functionally can't, that problem can't exist with us. Some. That's part of what we're working to expose. Like, we can see on the roadmap what we need to develop, and we're slowly chewing through it, but that's part of why we need more developers, is to produce more of that. There's a balance from a UX standpoint. Like, how do you give the specific information that is easy and accessible for the average person, and how do you also serve the needs of somebody that's super technical and wants everything? And that balance is a trick, and we're being slow and methodical about how we approach it. Yeah.
Are you trying to decentralize hash rate as well? You were talking about decentralizing mining ownership, but I think it's kind of important to try and support smaller pools, for instance.
Yeah, so we're in Luke Dashier just got done writing the code so that we can now integrate Ocean. So we're the first business model that's really only generated the revenue off of the block reward. So that revenue share model means that whatever mining pool you use, at that level, when the payouts are sent, the two addresses are needed and the split needs to be defined. Ocean didn't have that capability, and so we've pushed them for it. They've just now got it ready to go, and now Brandon, one of our lead developers here, is helping to get that integrated and probably get started on that next month. So yeah, we want to give simple, like, drop down, hey, you want to move from this pool to this pool? No problem. Just, again, making it extremely simple for the average person. I mean, when I see people shifting to SaaS mining instead of going to an exchange for their Bitcoin acquisition, that's when my definition of winning is going to look like. Yeah, so I've got about 3 customer success associates. My background, again, being in rooftop solar, we were building hundreds of rooftop solar systems each month across the U.S. and 9 different states, and it's my background always dealing with retail. And this is going to sound a bit odd, but rooftop solar, I'm convinced, is the only analogous industry to Bitcoin mining, and it doesn't make sense when I say that until I explain it. But rooftop solar is decentralized, it's distributed, it's disruptive to the grid. It's emergent in the same way that Bitcoin has been. Your profits are constrained by an energy network. And then lastly, your main product is being imported from China. So having spent a decade in that industry, I have a bit of asymmetric knowledge I've been able to pull through. And one of those is, how do you set expectations for clients so that you don't always hear from them all the time? You can strategically do that. And a big part of that has been, again, Brandon will do, is like, we can see the things our customers are asking for all the time and figure out how to automate that and give that information in the dashboard so they don't have to call us to get the information they're seeking. So just empowering the users with information so that they don't need to get a hold of us. Put the contract on there, have the terms clearly delineated. Transparency is really what it comes down to. But yeah, Orange, excuse me. Yeah, by contract. So we actually have innovated something pretty interesting that I've not seen anybody else do. We offer a rig performance guarantee. And what that means is, a lot of people focus on uptime, but what I realized is that uptime is not the metric people actually care about. What they care about is, hey, I bought a 250 terahash machine. Am I getting 250 terahash 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? That's what you want. You want your maximum hash coming out of the machine. And so we created a metric that I hope takes off in the industry that we call rig performance, but we guarantee that you will get a certain amount of rig performance. So 95% is a guarantee in Norway, 90% in Paraguay. What that means is, on average, if you have I'm going to use 200 terahash to make simpler math, on average, with a 90% performance guarantee, we will deliver 180 terahash over the course of the year. Sometimes it'll be higher, sometimes it'll be lower, but then we're motivated in the same way that you want us to be, to deliver the hash rate that's going to yield you the Bitcoin. So that means we're going to come in there and adjust the firmware in the way that you would also want us to do, to maximize your potential. But it's not exactly uptime, but it allows us to push the machines a bit, which we promise not to do more than, I think it's 10% in the contracts. We're not trying to overrun the machines, but just push them a little bit when when there's been more curtailment to kind of make up for it. But if we fail to miss it, then we'll give you a credit on your account at the end of the year for any of the lost hours that we needed to help you get to that point. So actually putting some guarantees in place that help create better trust. Ultimately, this is a trust-based relationship. There's zero way to decentralize this one, guys. I have possession of something that you own, and that requires trust. Yeah, no. The folks that want to get tinker level, like, we don't serve them well. Like, just straight up. Like, we're not designed to give you the VPN access to your mining rig and to go play with voltage and all those settings. That's not what we're designed to do. We're designed to have a mainstream approach, which is like the design principle is more focused on Apple than Microsoft, if you will. Or Linux. That'd be probably a better example, is the difference between Apple and Linux. We're going more the Apple-based approach. I feel like we're there, guys. How'd I do? Perfect. Okay. Thank you guys all very much. I appreciate it.
Test, test, test. Okay. Should we wait a bit or no? Ah, yeah, it's free, but someone is coming. Thank you. All right, I guess we can start. So, hi everyone, I'm GitGab. I'm working on Stratum v2 reference implementation since 2 years more or less. And today I'm gonna talk about some of the incentives for miners to use Stratum v2 today. And we're gonna do that together, finding some benchmarks data that we are collecting now. And yeah, I'm gonna explain you better later how we are doing it now. So before diving into that, a bit of context, right? So mining is a race for excellence. So it's not simply a contest of hash power in the world, but it's a race where every millisecond counts, right? So in order to do that, there's a mining protocol, and today the standard is the Stratum V1, we can call it now. And that's crucial because it connects miners to pool servers, to proxies, and finally to the Bitcoin network, right? So for more than a decade, Stratum V1 has been the standard used by everyone in the industry, but since then, mining has changed a lot, right? So now we have higher hash rate in general, but also more complex fee markets, and in general, greater competition between them. So today, every single little optimization can count more than before. So here is the usual hash rate chart from mempool.space, and yeah, besides of the difficulty, the current one, and the huge growth, of course, just want to recall you that Stratum, the current protocol we are using, is born around the end of 2012. So I just checked before on mempool.space, and the hash rate here was around 20 terahash. So like 2 S9s, less than that. So you can understand better how, you know, the mining ecosystem has changed during the last 13 years or so. And so there's a need to improve also the protocol, which is the basis of everything. So here is where Stratum v2 comes, right? So I'm sure that most of you already know the key innovations brought by it, but here is just a slide to recap them. The first one is the miner side block template creation, right? And as we're gonna see later together, it improves latency. So miners could be interested in that because of this. And from a Bitcoin user perspective, of course, it improves decentralization. And the second key point is the end-to-end encryption, which is a way to protect against some type of attacks, which are called hash rate hijacking, in which an attacker can be sitting between you as a miner and the pool server and can try to hijack part of your work. So typically, this has happened in the past for sure. I'm not sure if it's happening now in this current moment, probably. But you as a miner, you could not notice anything because maybe the attacker, you know, is stealing you 0.1% of your hash rate. So if you're a large operation, especially, it's hard to detect those, you know, percentages. But the second point is ISP censorship. Since everything is unencrypted, you know, ISP providers, they can just easily filter every packet of the network which is related to mining very, very easily. So the third key innovation is the binary encoding, the binary framing that we use. So nowadays, Stratum v1 is JSON, basically. So we introduced this binary framing, which improves the efficiency overall, and it reduces the bandwidth usage. So if you're a miner and bandwidth is important for you, here is some reduction brought by the protocol. And all these points, of course, directly or indirectly enhance the profitability from a miner's point of view, but also the security. So all these points are really cool things, right? But it was not enough for me because in the end, miners care about efficiency and profits, especially. So I thought, oh, maybe we should try to measure the enhancements brought by these points. And so that's why last year I started to work on this benchmarking tool. And now we are finally getting some miners interested in using it and get some metrics to do comparisons between the current Stratum v1 protocol and SV2. And this benchmarking tool is open source, of course. It's one repo of our public organization over GitHub. And it's able to measure performances, as I was saying, and making comparisons between SV1 and SV2. And we are currently working now on some initial case studies, and our plan is to publish some blog post or whatever about that. So the case study tries to measure some key metrics. The first one is the share submission, and we're going to dive into that later. And then there's the latency, which is crucial for mining, right? And then there's another factor like block propagation time, so how much it takes to propagate the block when it's found to the network, which is crucial also. And then there's the bandwidth usage, as I was mentioning before. So each of these metrics has direct or indirect effect also on the revenue of a miner, of course. So before diving into them, into the initial results that you are getting, here is a slide just to recall the general architecture of Stratum v2. So on the left side, of course, there's the miner thing. And before, someone was telling that SV2 requires SV2 firmware on their machines, but that's not true. We have a translator proxy, which is able to, you know, just convert your local communication from your SV1 machines, SV1 ASICs, into the SV2 world. So as you can see here on the bottom miner side, we have the Bitcoin D, we have the Bitcoin node. That's because, of course, the miner in this way can build the block template and build their own jobs. The jobs, of course, is created by this guy here in between, but don't focus too much about the number of rectangles that you can see here. Everything can be packed together from a UX point of view. It's just to let you understand better which are the components, but the key one, miner side, is the Bitcoin node, which is the main difference with respect to now. So the first key metric was share submission. So when a miner finds a share, of course, the share is submitted to the pool upstream, and the pool verifies it and then pays based on that. But some of these shares are outdated. They are stale, because when a block is found, maybe the miner is mining on the old one, finds a share, but that share is not valid anymore because the block is not valid anymore. It has been found a solution for that. So What we are noticing now from these initial benchmarks is that the average stair share ratio is around 0.1%. And while having the Bitcoin node locally and this guy, the job declarator client, which is the software which builds the jobs, dramatically helps there, because whenever a block is found in a network, your Bitcoin node, which is local in your mining site, is notified by that, by the Bitcoin network. And so as soon as a block is found, the new job, which is not a stale job, is created. And so now we are noticing nearly zero stale shares using this system with SB2. So even if it's like just 0.1%, if you're a miner with a very slim profit margin, like 10%, it can mean like 1% more profit for you. So here is the second part of the key innovation from my point of view about having the node locally in your mining site, which is the latency. So every time a block is found, of course, the pool nowadays creates a new block template and then sends the mining jobs downstream to the miner. But of course, there's the network between them, right? So it requires, there's latency. So it requires some milliseconds at least to reach the miner. And if you run, of course, the node locally, you don't have to wait for the pool to send you the new job. You have your client, which is creating the new templates and the new mining jobs. So what we are noticing from, again, I'm going to underline a lot, this is initial results, so don't take it for granted, but it's that there's this difference. So it's almost immediately the notification if you use SV2, if you use your local node. And yeah, that's like around 200 milliseconds. Of course, it depends where you're running everything, right? You could be also hitting some worse latencies based on wherever you are. This can result in like around 3 hours. In this case, using these exact numbers, 3 hours per day of completely wasted hash power because you are working on older jobs. But then the pool nowadays doesn't send you the new job only when a block is found. The pool sends you every around 30 seconds or so the new jobs, because in the meantime the users are sending bitcoins between each other, new transactions are added into the mempool, and so the block template is updated to collect more fees, basically. So the second aspect regarding the latency is how much time it takes to receive the new job, right? And yeah, more or less the number are the same of before, but this is not like the miner is wasting the hash power because it's still a valid block template. It's just a template which collects more fees. So we tried to do some math around it, and yeah, I'm gonna show you now the numbers. But yeah, the problem here is that since there's a latency, the miner is kind of losing some fees revenues. And now fees are low, but you know, in the future, we hope that it's not going to be in this way forever. So that could be even more, right? So we ran some numbers over like the last 50,000 blocks, more or less, and we found out that the average fee per block is 0.18 BTC. And if we assume the linear fee growth, which is wrong, of course, it's more complicated than that, but if we do it, every second there's around 0.000314 BTC increase in all the template, in all the mempool. So yeah, considering a new job, a new template every 30 seconds in the block time, which is around 10 minutes, right? There are 20 job updates. So here is just the simple computation, and that leads to this result, which is 0.00017 BTC lost per block, which is around 1% of the fees. So again, now fees are low, right? But if the fees are gonna grow, as we all think, I guess, this number is gonna be maybe more considerable, right? So all this loss is fixed by SV2 because again, you can create your templates locally with your Bitcoin node, and you also can decide to, like refresh your template every 10 seconds, for example, or every 5 seconds. It depends on your architecture. So the last latency point is about block propagation time. So what we are collecting now as a data is the time it takes to propagate the block to the network. And of course, what happens now with SW1 is that you find the share, you send the share to the pool verifies it, and it discovers that it's a Bitcoin block. So it builds the block, and then the block is propagated pool side. But again, now you as a miner, you have your Bitcoin node locally, so you can do it without sending the share anymore to the pool and without waiting for the pool to do it for you. And especially SW3 enables the dual propagation. So the miner, whenever he finds the block, he propagates it on his side, and in the pool, in the meantime, builds the block and propagates it as well. So there's a double propagation in this sense, which improves the chances in chain split races. These are the numbers. So again, propagating the block miner side requires almost nothing. And yeah, it's difficult to translate this improvement in revenue, because it's like, it depends. It can help a lot when chain split races happen. They are not too frequent, but they happen, right? So if you are faster, of course, your chances are greater, and that's just good for everyone. Then bandwidth usage. So I mentioned it already before. SW1 uses JSON in their messages, and we use just binary framing. So a single message is just more efficient than what we have now because of that. And depending on the setup, you as a miner running SB2 instead of the current protocol, you could also save up to 60% of bandwidth. And if you have a direct cost per bandwidth, of course, this is a direct impact in your costs. You can lower them, and it's also a greater stability if you, of course, reduce the bandwidth usage, thanks to the binary framing of the messages. So this is the other context which I was mentioning before, which is the one in which the miner, in this case, maybe is a remote miner, and the connection is not that good wherever it is. And so maybe there's not too much sense in running the Bitcoin node locally, because, it's like the miner doesn't have a great internet connection. So maybe the mempool is not going to be super updated because the node is not going to be super connected, blah, blah, blah. So, but maybe a miner which is living in a remote place is interested in saving some bandwidth. So maybe he's not going to run the Bitcoin node locally, but he can benefit by SB2 as well, because it's going to use an encrypted connection first, and then it's going to use less bandwidth because of the binary framing. So this is just to give you an example of another case, which is the one in which the miner is relaying the transaction selection process to the pool as it is now, but still it can benefit by the SB2 because of the binary framing and the bandwidth reduction. So this slide is just trying to summarize the initial metrics that we collected. But yeah, I want to underline again that these are preliminary results, right? So we are currently working with miners and some adopters to run even more benchmarks with more machines. And so our goal is to publish these case studies whenever we do them. And we of course, in these future blog posts, hopefully in the next weeks, we are going to publish the first one. There's going to be the detailed methodology around the benchmarking tool especially, and around the data. So if you're interested in joining the project, the benchmarking tool, as I told you, is still in the early stages. So I have some issues already open there, and I'm just open to expand it more. It would be awesome to also make comparisons between other protocols that are already there. So here is my conclusion, or at least what I would like to think, and is that in this case, these are initial data, I told you many times, but I really feel that the profit, which is what miners are interested about, and sovereignty, what Bitcoiners in general are interested about, can match in this case. So I really believe that SV2 can be an example of that. So it tries to align in this case, and we are seeing by the first data, the efficiency, the economic efficiency to the sovereignty in this case. So again, just to recap, we see that if a miner runs the Bitcoin node locally, he can reduce his latency and having less waste of hashing power. It empowers miners with block template creation, as we all know, but it improves and enhances security, especially, and the resilience to censorship, as I was saying before. So yeah, this is my take. Decentralization can be profitable, and I also think that profitability can strengthen decentralization. Thank you. We have plenty of time, 10 minutes or so. So any question?
Yeah. It's been a couple years since Stratum B2 has been out. Why do you think it's been taking so long for like the firmware providers to adopt the protocol?
The firmware you said?
Yeah. Or the
So
tools too, I guess.
We do have firmware now. Brainstorm is working with the SRI applications. So the guys who did the workshop together with us before, all the applications, the pool server, the job decorator client, the translator proxy, everything. If you use the Brains firmware against that, it works. So we do have already something. Then there are other efforts like the Mojina firmware, sponsored by the 256 Foundation, which is going to include SV2 as well in the future, and it's like part of a bigger effort coming from the open source community, which is what we need now in the mining ecosystem. And in the future, you know, if there's enough demand from miners using SV2, maybe now using the translator proxy as we saw, you know, also who builds the machine can be interested in just upgrading the firmware and make it happen.
Gabo, I'm really sorry, but the JDC is essentially the Stratum server in a way then.
From the miner point of view, it is, in the sense that it creates the jobs. So let me go back to the slide.
So this is the one that talks to Shure's block template.
Exactly. So here is the Bitcoin D, the template provider. So from here you get the templates, and the JDC job decorator client take the template, and based on that it creates the jobs.
So that's the one that does mining notify.
The mining notify is sent by the translator proxy, actually, because the translator proxy translates the SV2 word into the mining notify, which is an SV1 message.
So SV2 creates the jobs, they go to translator proxy, that makes the notifies, and then they go to the machine. Okay.
Exactly. Then the machine finds the share. It's relayed through the T proxy, which makes the share into SV2 share. And then it receives the JDC, it receives the share, and it sends to the pool here.
So now I'm going to ask you the question which you're going to hate. So what's the test coverage on translator proxy and the JDC?
What's that?
The test coverage.
The test coverage, I really don't know at the moment. That's not the question to do.
Yeah, go
on. Unit test coverage on the lower level primitives could be improved, but there's substantial integration test coverage. So taking like the different entities and getting them to exchange messages and do the most basic message flow scenarios. So there's substantial coverage in that sense.
So you're open to unit test coverage PRs?
Well, it will be very welcome for the community to submit PR to adding unit test coverage for the lower level building blocks, right? The crates for encryption, the crates for binary encoding, all that kind of stuff. It works. People are taking it to production, but if we can get contribution in that sense, it would be very welcome.
Yeah, I haven't said anything regarding the project itself. I mean, starting with is the protocol, me and Plebesh, we are working on the SRI, which is the reference implementation of it. And the project is open to everyone. It's just an open source project. And so, yeah, contributions are welcome from anyone.
Is Brains implementing the JDS? Do they have
As far as I know, not yet. We are still improving things on our side as well there. So I would suspect that before we need to improve the UX, especially around the JDC here and the JD server pool side, and then maybe they can push the updates on their end as well.
I don't know any official plans, but I've seen people tweeting at Brains asking, hey, are you guys going to do JD finally? And I've seen them be like, yeah, probably. But I mean, it was a tweet I saw a while ago.
Oh, they are definitely interested, of course. It's just that I don't know the timeline of that.
So another question, more serious this time. Don't laugh. Have you done any scalability testing of the translator proxy and the JDC, like in terms of how much connections and how much hash rate you're able to
We
deal?
did some testing in the past regarding on the T proxies, the translator proxy, sorry, specifically, and pointing like, if I'm not wrong, around 10,000 machines to it, and it was working pretty well. But yeah, scale testing in general, I would say it's something which is welcomed as well as a contribution. We need to improve also that and consider that. But yeah, before you were asking about unit tests, and yeah, I wanted to say exactly that. Besides of unit tests, the T proxy, me and Plebesh recently, some months ago, we battle tested a lot with a lot of machines, different firmwares. So that's another testing that we had. Were what? Sorry? Yep.
They have pulled it in counterintuitively, but they're just a big hack. Okay, that's enough.
Question there?
Why do you need a separate protocol instead of just relaying data over HTTP, for example? Like, how does the Stratum protocol differ from HTTP?
I'm not sure I understood the question.
I think HTTP would have a lot of overhead.
Okay.
There would be the headers of the HTTP message and all that stuff, whereas this is really TCP, CLI specific.
Yeah, they just
You don't need.
want a transport layer. Right now we use TCP for practical reasons, but there's nothing really preventing you from going
UDP, yeah.
But then HTTP, it was deliberately designed such that the same mistake that was done on Stratum V1 would be made again.
Yeah.
Right? You just want to assume you have a transport layer and start encoding bits there. And just send them. You have the framing system to know where different messages begin, where they end. But you just want to be throwing bits across the wire without any abstraction data. Why HTTP? What would you get out of it? You need to encode action answers, headers, fields, this kind of thing. You know, the HTTP wouldn't bring anything really, any functionality that's really needed for the line.
Okay.
right. Thanks everyone for being here.
So I'm like tethered here? Okay. Okay, I guess it's just us. And the live stream. Hello, live stream. Yeah, come on closer. Here we go. Yeah, I'm betting they just, I don't know, didn't look at the schedule. Also the display out there is not showing any. But that's okay. We can just have a conversation. The time yet? Should we wait a little bit? Yeah, get in here. It's okay. They're all going to Super's thing. All right, I'm Dusty. I think you guys all know me. But on the live stream, I'm Dusty Damon. I work on the Lightning Protocol. And this talk is an update on the state of splicing, which I've been working on for like years. And it's done. So thank you for coming to my talk. No, there's more. But the current state of splicing is CLN splicing. It's pretty much done. Eclair has it. LDK is halfway. So like my work on it is almost done. We're working on interop. Once we get interop, that's like the gold standard we're doing between Eclair and CLN. Then it's like officially in the spec, and then it can go out of experimental mode for everyone to use. So I'm really focused on that. But that's almost done. Basically going to be done. And what I've been thinking about is what I'm going to do next. So this talk is about like what are the things that splicing really enables. And this is where my mind's at. It needs a new name, but this is the working name for it, a delayed transaction protocol. And what this is about is being a layer 2 on the mempool, essentially. And this tether is like, what if I can tie it in here? There we go. So one of the things splicing enables, and part of the reason it was so difficult to do, is that it enables this interactive transaction building. So when you're doing a splice between two nodes, both sides can add to the splice, and they can add multiple splice functions at the same time. So this ends up being a precursor to what you need to merge transactions generally. So That's sort of the thing that like Lightning is now has, and I think this can extend to the entire network. That's why I'm calling it a layer 2 in the mempool. So what problem is that solving? Just like zooming out for a second. Right now with everyone doing their own transactions, it makes the transactions easily tracked. So things like, what's that? I forget the name of that company. There's companies that track the transactions. Chain analysis, thank you. They're wasting block space. All these transactions could be merged, and there's an overhead in the bytes of the transaction that don't have to be there, and they're overpaying fees. These are some of the high-level benefits, but what we're talking about is so in a block you're going to have a lot of transactions. I forget the number. Call it like 1,000 transactions in one block. There's no reason you couldn't have one transaction in a block with everyone's transactions details in it. Okay, so merging transactions is the future. I don't think anyone disagrees we should all be doing it, but nobody's doing it. So there's this clear sort of disconnect, and no one's even really talking about it or thinking about it. And part of the reason, I think, is that it's hard. Merging transactions is just very difficult. There's a lot of details involved. So for each new, so let's say I have a transaction I want to put on chain, and then a couple of you guys want to join my transaction. Every new member that comes in, we have to re-merge those transactions, and then we got to go through and re-sign it. It has to be coordinated around people that are all over the place. And another important detail is they're happening at different times. So going into that, to merge, we have to be doing it at the same time. So where we see this happening today is with coin joins. And people are coin joining specifically, and they join a certain coin join round at a given time. And that enables them to merge the transactions. And everyone else is used to just making a transaction, signing it, immediately trying to get it in the mempool. But most transactions don't have to happen right away. Like, the way people are doing it is not how most transactions actually need to be done. So most people, if you have a transaction, waiting a day or 3 is not a big deal. Sometimes it is, in which case you should be publishing it immediately. But there's a whole lot of things that don't have to be immediate. So the goal is to get more people transacting concurrently, increasing concurrentness. So how do we get more people able to do their transactions concurrently? We must delay transactions. Hence the name, which still needs a marketing update, of delayed transactions. So the idea is if you want to make a transaction, instead of saying the default now is right away, instead having a system that says this transaction can be delayed X amount. So that X amount is 0, then fine. If it's like, hey, if it happens this month, that granularity is what we need to get to. And if we delay these transactions, the chance of being able to do it at the same time with other people goes up. So if I'm sitting here like, hey, I have a week to this transaction, in that week, if one of our friends over here wants to do a transaction, they can then join me, right? But somebody has to be delaying and waiting for it to make sense. And I really believe, and this is a subjective thing, I can't prove it, but I bet the mass majority of transactions can be delayed. So, okay, some of the benefits. Saving on fees is the big benefit. Delaying you allows to wait for like cheaper fee moments is also a thing. So some of the clever Bitcoin people that are using transactions, they'll wait for a low fee rate. And there's noticeable patterns in the fee rates. I got some data here. This is some data collected by the Bitcoin Research Lab. I don't actually know who those guys are, but I trust that this is good data. And you can see fee rate jump. Kind of every day it jumps. And particularly on the weekend it's lower. So there's this sort of known thing that if you do your Bitcoin transaction on the weekend, it'll be cheaper. And if this kind of system that I'm envisioning existed, this line would probably flatten. There wouldn't be these peaks, right? Maybe some, but it should be a lot less. So for those that aren't familiar with RBF, just want to kind of back up and explain that. RBF is the ability to publish your transaction with a cheaper fee rate, and there's no guarantee it'll go through, but then to afterwards adjust it with a higher fee rate down the line. It stands to replace by fee, but the important thing is you can adjust your fee. And every block is analogous to an auction, where you put your transaction up, hoping it gets confirmed on the blockchain, and then whoever has the highest fee wins that auction. And it's essentially unknowable. You can't know what the fee rate is to get in the block. You can only find out by trying. So the RBF strategy is you try low, then you adjust a little higher, a little higher, a little higher. And if we had this delayed transaction protocol, then we could do collective bargaining with our RBF. We get all of our transactions together, start at low, and then start increasing it up till we get confirmed in. So that's a key piece of this. So if you can get RBF working correctly with this delayed transaction protocol, with these pools, you're going to start being able to get into the lower fee rate moments in time, collectively getting cheaper fees. All right, doing RBF with merge transactions is also hard, though. This makes it even harder to pull off, right? So if we're trying to coordinate 3 of us and we're waiting a week, every time we want to RBF, we have to re-coordinate and then re-sign the transaction again, getting more fees from somewhere. So we essentially have to rebuild the entire transaction every single time. Okay, that makes sense. If anybody has any questions or thoughts, please just feel free to jump in. Yes? Absolutely, and that's a great point. So I don't think he's a mic. So what he's saying is that exchanges do this already. So if you withdraw from an exchange, they'll put you in with a batch, and they will do batches inside of the exchange. He's mentioning Cash App is a great example. And the Cash App you can withdraw, I believe, for free, and they'll put you in a convenient batch, or you can pay more, and they'll put you in a more urgent batch. So this RBF collective bargaining thing is happening inside of exchanges already. Exactly. Yeah. So what he's saying is that with Cash App, if you say you want your transaction in 24 hours, they'll go back to this feed chart for a second. They'll wait for a cheap moment, but as you get closer to 24, they'll pay whatever fee they have to get in. But by waiting 24 hours, the odds of them getting a low fee moment are very high. So it's a great point. And this is things we're already seeing in exchanges. And what my goal is to try to build a system so that we can collectively do it outside of the exchanges. And of course, the exchanges can join us too, right? And also, I mean, even if 2 exchanges were able to merge together, that's also an option. Right, so that's sort of the high-level goal. Now, I'm going to talk about, kind of zoom back a little bit. There really are 2 types of merged transactions. I want to categorize them here. You can merge your own transactions and others' transactions. So merging your own is much easier to do, but it does depend a lot on a lot of things. Like, so let's say you want to open a Lightning channel or splice a Lightning channel, and you also want to move some of your cold storage funds. Those could be a merge transaction as well. It's still difficult to do today, but comparatively much easier. So you don't have the coordination problem. But this hypothetical protocol I'm describing would make that possible as well. So some examples of that are like I said, closing channels, opening channels, splicing. If you want to consolidate your UTXOs, so a lot of people here already know what that is. I just want to say it for anyone who doesn't to the live stream. Is you have a lot of piles of Bitcoin, you have to pay a transaction fee for each pile you want to move. So somebody say is like buying $100 of Bitcoin a month, and they do that for 2 years, they're going to have 24 piles of Bitcoin. They got to pay 24 fees. And if you consolidate those down when fees are low, then you can then move them as one bucket later on. So this is like a common thing that people that are smart do, and it should be wanted to be done. Cold storage management generally. Okay, so we're all comfortable with that, right? That makes sense? Yes, I got a bunch of head nods. Excellent. So the harder part is merging with other people's transactions. And this is where things start getting really complicated really fast. We've covered some of this. It's more difficult. Coordination's the big thing. So one of the nice things about Lightning is that we already have coordination on the Lightning Network. There's many nodes that are already there. And as things like splicing and dual fund interactive transactions get more common, Lightning nodes will already be doing these merged transactions. So it's a great opportunity to say, hey, why don't we take this thing that's taking over Lightning and open it up to everyone else? And one of the benefits is we can use the Lightning Network to coordinate that. So that's pretty cool. One of the goals of this protocol would be that anyone could be a coordinator. But to start out, I think it would just be Lightning nodes doing it. And this is the thing for things like coin joins. One of the challenges of the coin joins is that almost all of them have a centralized coordinator, which is a risk for a lot of reasons. State attacks, they could screw you over somehow. A lot of things, there's a lot of challenges with that. And you can't get rid of coordination merging transactions, but you can open it up to everybody. So if everybody is coordinating transactions, you can imagine a world where it's like you run a Lightning node, get some fees off Lightning, and you also get some fees off of doing some coordination, perhaps. Okay, so we can divide this problem up into 3 kind of neat categories. So one is, instead of describing a transaction, describing a transaction intention. So in a simple case, this would be, hey, I want to move a Bitcoin from my cold storage over here onto my new fancier cold storage over here. My intention is to move it, right? And then the middle step is interactive transaction building. So this is how do we build a transaction together. So I have the intention. That gives me if I have that in some metadata stored, gives me the ability to join an interactive transaction session with other people. We could both add our inputs, outputs, details of the transaction together. So that has to be done. And then the final layer is the delayed transaction protocol, which has to accomplish a whole lot of things. One, we have to peer discovery, finding each other, that sort of thing. So transaction intention is, I gave you a simple case of moving cold storage. But it gets really complicated in Lightning. So one thing you might have is a channel that's stuck open waiting for some pending payments that don't go through. And so this could be stuck open for like 2 weeks, let's say. And you want to go to your node and say, hey, I'm done with this channel, close it, move my funds to cold storage. Right? It's a simple thing to want to do, but it can require up to like a 2-week delay or longer depending on your timeouts. So the transaction intention language system needs to be able to support that kind of thing. Say, okay, I want to close this particular channel, take all the funds, pay whatever fee we have to, and then get it in there. And I want to be able to do that once and have the system just go get it done over time. So the more esoteric the protocol, the more complex the transaction intention language has to be, and it has to be reinvented for each use case. So like pay joins and coin joins would have their own version of this. Lightning has its own. The interactive transaction protocol is like already been done with Lightning, and I think it's a good protocol to just bundle right in. And this is a system that's been thought out and spec'd out for Lightning for taking a transaction, adding inputs, outputs for multiple peers. Well, it's designed for one peer to one peer, but it's meant to be extensible. So we have this example. We got a node, A node, B node, and then C node. The way it works is A node can build a transaction with the B node, and then B node can also be building a transaction with the C node, and it can move the inputs and outputs to across from A to C. So the A inputs and outputs can end up with the Charlie node in a way that's maximizing privacy potential. So Charlie doesn't know if the transaction details are coming from A or B. So there's both plausible deniability for B, and C has no idea that A is involved. So this gives you the ability to merge transaction while making it as opaque as possible as to where these details are coming from. And this is already working and done. It's got some great stuff in there. Right, so the third layer, and this is the new one, is we got to handle things like peer discovery, right? We got to have, we're going to need a way to maintain these connections over time. And this is one of the stickier points, because we covered the example before where I'm doing a transaction, people are joining me. We got to be able to go back and redo that session if I have a new person coming in, or if we want to do a fee bump, etc. So we need some way to do that. And then each time we coordinate, we have to trigger the transaction building. And then there's this other detail, which is we need a way to communicate publicly some of the things we want to do. Like, what is our fee range? What is our maximum fee? So if my maximum fee is X and your maximum fee is something lower, and the fee rates start getting lower than that, you know that you can drop me out of the transaction if the fee rate goes higher on the next round. And then you need to communicate that, and then your urgency, time goals, RBF goals, that kind of thing. So you need some kind of way to communicate that. And then this also goes into the transaction intention layer. So internally, you have your own goals. Like, hey, I want this to be done below this fee. I need it done by Tuesday or whatever day. And then you publicly share some lesser version of that to help other people coordinate, right? But you might want to keep parts of that private. Right, that's what this cover is saying. So you have your local intentions and then the ones that you put out there. Right, so, right, that's the slide I was just talking about. So just to really drive it home, so you're going to have things like how much fee you're willing to spend, how urgent it is. You might have a transaction where it's like, I don't care if this happens in the next year. I just want it to be as cheap as possible. Don't go above this fee, that kind of thing. That's kept locally. And then I think we covered this. Requires everyone. Right. So there's one little problem in this whole idea. Like, at its core, it's like a good, easy, simple, romantic idea. And there's this catch that people have not been thinking about. As one strict requirement that everyone that does this has to conform to for it to work. And that is signing order. So a lot of the things coming out, like notably PayJoin or their recent proposal and other ones, they have their own signing order requirements. And usually everyone wants to sign last. So if you get a batch with like 10 people and one of the people in that pool demands to sign last, then everyone else has to not sign last. So you can imagine a world where if everyone wants to sign last, you'll never get through the signing phase at all. So one thing that's like important for, evangelizing to people like, say, cough, cough, PayJoin, and others is that we have to have a system that has some kind of collective signing order agreement. And there's some proposals we've gone through, like with Lightning, there was a big discussion about this. Some of the bigger LSPs, they also want to sign last. And it seems like a simple detail, but yeah, go for it. Why do they want to sign last? So what it is if you join, the question is why do they want to sign last? If you join one of these transaction pools and it fails to sign, you've given your signature out to this half-filled bundle. And someone could, in theory, later on sign it. So you end up putting your UTXOs in the state where you're like, maybe someone else is going to use this, maybe they're not. And for LSPs, they want to have, they like having very good control of their UTXOs. They're worried about somebody griefing and saying, let's do a bunch of these, a griefer might do a bunch of these joined pools, get your signatures, and then never use them. And now the LSP is sitting there being like, well, I've reserved all of my UTXOs. Now I'm not going to, now they stop being able to be an LSP, right? Either they start getting comfortable with double spending complications or they say can avoid it all by just always signing last. So that's where the frustration comes from. With PayJoin, let's see, I have PayJoin up here, right here. PayJoin, I don't quote me on it, but I believe the reason they do it is because they're trying to do a one-shot thing where they can send the merchant like one package and then I don't know the details, but by controlling the signing over for PayJoin, they reduce one of the cycles of communication as part of the payment process, right? Which is an advantage for PayJoin, but it makes them unable to be merged with any other join transaction thing. So that's the goal. What's our progress? Interactive transactions, those are done. They're great. They've been hashed out over spec process for many years. They're awesome. The transaction intention language for Lightning, I'd call it like half done. I'm working on that, trying to get that like as solid as possible. I want to turn it into a language I can describe every on-chain thing you could ever do in Lightning is the goal of it, just all of it to be described in it. And then obviously this hasn't been started at all. This is like the next goal. So what I'm working on right now is getting the transaction intention layer just like solid. And my goal here, really, I'm doing it all on Core Lightning, but there's nothing specific about Core Lightning to it. I'm hoping to evangelize at some point to the other Lightning implementations, to like use this as well, and hopefully it'll solve a bunch of problems for them. but it enables it, if I can get them using it, and we build in a bunch of metadata like the fee rates and the times, it puts all of these nodes in a good position to start getting ready to merge transactions later on. So that's what I'm working on right now. I could use some help. I need a better name. That's like one thing. One of the challenges with a goal like this is it requires the coordination of anybody out there trying to do anything with transactions, which is, it's kind of like trying to herd cats that are spread across the world, right? Like most people are trying to focus on their own thing, whether it be, I don't know, OpVault or PageOne or whatever. They're usually not thinking about this kind of thing. So I want to try to get everyone, try to raise awareness of people that might be building a transaction protocol of any kind to be thinking about this, right? At the very least, don't have a signing order requirement if you build something. But ideally, I want to get everyone kind of thinking about this, and maybe build a whole spec process. That's sort of like a hypothetical idea, because what I learned from the Lightning spec process is quite helpful in ways that you don't expect. Like if you have different implementations doing the same spec, they come from different code bases and they have different insights. And things you didn't think of as a big deal or important become revealed as important, right? So having some kind of spec process like that doesn't have to be anything extreme, would be useful, right? So somebody's coming with PageOne and being like, hey, I wish the thing did this thing differently. That's helpful information. The spec process could do that. In the long run, if there is a spec for this, in the future, if someone does the next thing like PageOne, they could reference it and be like, oh, okay, I can just do what these things say. I don't have to think very hard. Now they're compatible, right? So that's sort of the goal. For it to work, we all have to work on it together. It's the hardest thing to do in Bitcoin, is that kind of thing. Right. So anyway, my work on the transaction intention, like it's out as a beta release on Core Lightning. You can use it now. It's under the dev splice command, sort of under the advanced feature. By saying dev dash, it's an advanced feature, right? It's currently limited. Doesn't work with DTP yet. So I got a little sample of what it looks like. So it's got these little codes like this. So these are shortened channel identifiers. You specify like a splice out here. Here's splicing in from your wallet. It's a cross-channel splice. I can go into more. This is just kind of show it. But if anyone's got any questions, I can dive into more into that. No. So yes. Great. The question is, how do parties that want to merge together communicate? It's a great question. I don't know. Like the way it works now on Lightning is that if you're doing a splice, the splice action itself over the Lightning network is how you communicate. But something that's really missing is like future hops, right? So like one thing that might be nice to add just to Lightning gossip is like, hey, I'm a node about to do an interactive transaction, letting people know they can come join, right? And this is something that like, and then another one would be a totally separate network you can advertise. You can advertise on Lightning Gossip Network to just normies too. Like, hey, I'm a node here. Send me whatever transaction data details you want, and I'll add them in. Now, there's a lot of weird details you got to work out there. You got to stop griefers from coming in and trying to just put things in and not sign them. So that gets quite complicated quite quickly, and it's an important spec question. It has to be figured out. So I don't know. Who knows? Right. So hopefully I can get the transaction intention language going to more implementations. That's a question. One of the cool things is if you have the transaction intention language and the DTP engine working, it can take multiple splice scripts and join and unjoin them, which is useful for if you have something that's more urgent that can pay a higher fee. It's something that's a lower fee, won't go over a fee. The ability to join them when fees are low, but if the urgency happens and you got to get this one in, you can separate them again, get the urgent stuff in, and save that one for later. These are things that are handled by the DTP engine automatically. Yeah, that's what I'm working on.
Did I understand correctly that you haven't written any of the DTP yet, right?
Not well. It's a concept. Yeah. Yeah.
So like, is the idea that it would run in a Lightning wallet, and then it would be interacting with other people who are also running DTPs in Lightning wallets, so that they can do these mergings?
Exactly. Yeah. Well, we should get the mic here. So the question is, you mind saying it again, or I could say it. The question is, would DTP be running? So the question is, where would DTP be running on the Lightning node? The idea is every Lightning node be running one DTP engine, and they coordinate with each other to merge across the nodes. But they also have to handle internal merging and separating. Say I got the, where's that? Let's go back here for a second. So there are two types, right? Just merging your own transactions is a whole DTP engine on its own. Like it's particularly for a Lightning node, if you have a lot of channels and you're trying to splice some channels, close some channels, open some channels, and you don't necessarily want them done right away. And managing all of that is a local DTP engine inside of one Lightning node.
So does that mean that the DTP running on your Lightning node, since the Lightning node's always running 24/7, it is basically looking for optimal conditions to process your intentions?
Exactly. Yes. That's the idea. And this is really needed. This is like really needed for Lightning and for some simple use cases that users expect. Like I want to close a channel and put the funds in cold storage. Sounds simple, but that's a delayed transaction. Just by declaring that intention, you've already declared a delayed, potentially delayed intention. Any questions? Yes.
Could you go to the slide that had the multi-party interactive transaction construction? It was like ABC.
Yes.
Yeah. So here, I guess if my understanding is correct, B knows both A and C, but A doesn't know C. So,
Yes.
So if like A proposes to add an input, B sort of propagates that to C as well.
Exactly.
All three are forming the same transaction, right?
Yes.
And then so B could also, like maybe A and B, or A and C rather, are B's counterparties in the Lightning network.
Yeah.
And so it's trying to like, I guess build a single transaction doing something, but between that, maybe it's two splices or something.
Exactly.
So this, I guess the intention though is this to scale to many more
yeah.
than three, right?
You have a D and an E and an F. It could go on to chain.
Right. So you're going for chain. It also, and it could go multiple directions on each of these. So like C could have
Yep.
D and E, etc.
100%. It can spiral out into a whole mesh.
Is like there seems like to be though if say D and E know A, is that gonna be a problem?
Well, there is a fun in the spec work. So if A goes to B and C goes to D to E, and then E also shares the same transaction back to A, you get this loop effect.
Yep.
And you have to do a whole bunch of stuff to prevent that from becoming a big problem.
So that still like needs to be spec'd out, I guess, or
it was spec'd out.
Oh.
The solution is escaping me at the moment, but that definitely came up. And there's I think one of the solutions, I forget which one was if A sees its own, I lost the thing. If A sees its own input come back to it, then the easiest solution is just abort the entire thing. That prevents the loops. And I think there were some other solutions. I'm blanking on it right now, but that's an important consideration for sure.
All right, thanks.
So are we all experts on DTP now? Can you guys go write the spec for me? Any more questions? What do you guys think? Is this the future of Bitcoin transactions? You're supposed to say yes. Okay. So, yep, that's what I'm doing. Thank you so much for coming.
going to come talk to you right now, Effie.
Okay, sounds good. I don't know if I should hang out in this call or not because I feel like I'm like the call scheduler linchpin. You guys have to like let me admit you, you know?
Oh, you think if you leave, we... So I'm gonna take it slow, pace it, and yeah, questions are the best part.
And we're gonna have your presentation only, not your face.
Yeah, it's not my best part.
disappointed that I'm not there in person?
Yeah, I thought you were, but then I saw it was virtual.
Yeah, unfortunately. This actually stems out of the conversation I was having with a rant I was having with Lisa. You should present. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to have to. So this was the compromise.
Made up for it last year. Quite the talk.
Yeah, I feel like I'm missing a hat though. I need a hat that says transaction sponsors or something. So.
Peter Todd has a nice contrarian hat. He made like
He is the only one. Yeah, but Lisa has promised to give me a hat. So I feel like I will be enabled. Okay.
Yeah. You are now. You can launch your presentation and.
All the things. Okay. There we go. Okay. So, right. Thank you, everyone. As I said before, I'm sorry that I can't be there in person. I definitely have FOMO, but this is like the awkward technological compromise. This is actually going to be a pretty simple talk, and it's weird for me because I'm not talking about anything I have done, but I'm talking about something I'm excited about. So it stems out of a conversation I was having once with Lisa, and she kind of said, "Hey, you should talk about this because we have the, Mempool edition." And I'm like, "Oh, well, sure. I am happy to just basically be there and boost this idea," which I know some of you in the audience will be like all over and probably could sleep through this presentation. But I can explain to you why I'm excited about this proposal and what I think it can bring to the table. No, it's not hyper urgent, but I think it is fascinating, and I think way underappreciated. And so that's the purpose of my talk, is to explain this, why we're excited about this, and why you should be too, I guess. Okay, so let's begin. It starts back when we were first implementing Lightning, right? And to give you a very vague summary of how this works, Alice and Bob have a 2 of 2 output that they share. They both have to sign off to spend it. We're using this as a Lightning channel in this case. And Alice always holds Bob's signature, right? So at any time, if Bob goes away or something happens, Alice can always get her funds back by spending, using the signature. So you think of it as like a pre-canned transaction, right? She's got this transaction she can use at any point she wants to. And the first thing you hit, which is interestingly not something that we thought about very deeply at the time we were designing, actually trying to implement this, is like, what fee rate? What fee rate should that transaction have? And this small question turns out to be a big problem, right? Because it's hard enough in Bitcoin to figure out what fee rate you should pay for something that you're spending now. The double oracle problem of trying to figure out what fee rate you will need for a transaction at some arbitrary point in the future is even more difficult, right? Now, we papered over this in the early days. We basically just went, okay, well, what if we the answer is a lot. Your fee rate should be high, right? It varied between like 10 times, 3 times, some number or multiple on the current fee rate-ish. You should just pay a lot, right? And that's sort of kind of fine for a prototype. And this is a unilateral exit problem. So you're kind of like, well, it won't happen that often, and we'll just make it big, make the number big. And that worked kind of in the early days. For some definition of worked, but of course, as fees went up at various points, that became an uncomfortable number, and sometimes an untenable number, right? So the current state of play is. Oh, let me just make sure I can. Where's that? There we go. We have this thing where we add 2, not 1, but 2 outputs to this unilateral exit transaction, right? And these are called anchor outputs. And that is the worst possible name because it's exactly backwards. They don't anchor anything. They should be called a push plate, right? That's the technical term for like a door where you have this plate that says push, and it's obviously there's only one thing you can do with it because it's flat and you're designed to push the door. That is really what they should be called. we had a nomenclature in Lightning for the original funding transaction called an anchor transaction. It was an alternate name from the really early days. And that makes sense because it anchors the whole channel into the, it kind of holds it in place in the blockchain. This is not an anchor, it's the stupidest term, but that is the term, and I will use it here because nomenclature is hard. But this is a push pad, right? This is basically, this output exists so that you can push the transaction in and basically top it up with fees. And this kind of solves the problem in that you don't have to decide what the fee rate is at the time that you, Alice and Bob, share signatures. You can decide it at spend time, if and when, which is great, except it doesn't quite fix the problem because you still need enough fee rate to get in the mempool in the first place so that the child can push it in. So it's inadequate. And there are two of them for technical, trying to avoid one side being able to pin the other and block things and everything else reasons. It doesn't quite work anyway, but it's expensive. So the new hotness is V3. We use truck. We actually have a zero fee transaction, and we have this anchor output that's even smaller than the current ones, and it's an opt-true kind of thing. And there's only one of them. It's great. And if you're using Bitcoin 29.0 or above, then the child, even though the parent, this unilateral exit transaction, pays no fees itself, it will work, all right? You will package it up with the child that you create to jam it in there, and it will get in even though it's extremely low fee. So that's where we're going, right? So we kind of solve the problem. Now, when you look at this carefully, of course, this is just from a practical engineering point of view how we uncovered it. But really, of course, this is a problem with any scheme. Any scheme where you have some pre-committed transaction, like that it has to look like this and you have to use this transaction to exit, you will have this problem, right? So this is not the Lightning fee problem. This is, in fact, the pre-commit fee problem, right? It's a more general problem. And the cost is, at best, kind of one output, and it's a smallish output, but it's still an output, and a whole nother transaction, right? A whole child to jam this in, right? Of course, there is a case where you can optimize. If your pre-committed transaction is a single input and single output, you can use Ccash single, and then you can kind of stack them into a transaction, and you can compact them and do kind of nicer things. You can thread through a fee. That is the trick that we actually use in Lightning for HLCs, which are of this nature. But we can't use it in the general case where unilateral exit has like one input and usually two or more outputs. So, okay. And my thesis, and I think fairly broad thesis in Bitcoin development, is that fees are going to go up, right? When you think about it, this cost starts to mount. And at some point, I believe, oh, sorry, wrong way. As a protocol designer, you start going, that anchor output and that extra child transaction is no longer tenable in various cases, right? And increasingly, as fees rise, it becomes less and less tenable. And so you start to go, you know what? We'll skip it. We will pay out-of-band fees. We will rely on that, right? To save money, to make this economical, we will unilaterally exit via some kind of accelerator, right? You'll pay a Lightning fee to a large miner or a pool to accelerate your transaction, and you rely on that, right? Of course, once you've chosen that in your protocol, you're bound to it. Or once you have decided that this is the way you're going to do it for this output, that's what you're holding. And so if push comes to shove, you have to use an accelerator now, right? You're not going to be able to push this on chain because you haven't put in an anchor output or a push pad thing, right? So this, of course, drives mining centralization for reasons that I assume that everybody understands, because you're going to push it to a big pool or a big miner because you want it to get in. But of course, the side effect is it reduces fee estimation accuracy, increases block trip propagation time because people don't see it, and it reduces transparency across the network as a whole, right? It is a degrading effect, but as fees rise, and it potentially reduces your security, right? Because you now have to rely on the existence and accuracy of this accelerator that existing at the time, and that it works for you and all those things. But if it's that or nothing, that's what you're going to do. And I anticipate that is the way that things will go as fees rise. And I don't think that is all that controversial. So this is where, and this is why I'm excited about this idea of transaction sponsors. Now this, in a nutshell, is the idea that one transaction can sponsor another which is not its parent. So it's kind of like child pays for parent, but it's just child. Transaction pays for anyone, right? Now, this is not really a new idea. This goes back to Jeremy Rubin. It's a brilliant idea in 2020 that we could do this. And since then, there's been like a whole slew of work on different variations of this. And basically go to Optech and look up transaction sponsors, and you will find like really good references on all these different ideas on how these things could be done and different refinements and everything. And there were other people who contributed, but the main ones, Harding, and I think AJ, as always, was kind of in there as well. So let me just, in a nutshell, it makes the anchor techniques cheaper, right? You no longer need an explicit output to attach, and that saves you a little bit. But the best variants, and the ones that I'm kind of really excited about, allow one transaction to sponsor multiple other transactions, right? And that really does start to increase your cost savings. So, okay. Now, I do want to aside one thing, and there are a whole pile of variants, and I'm not going to go through the etymology of all of them. Kind of the purpose of this talk is to promote this idea rather than promote a specific thing. But there's one variant that I kind of like, and that basically, so let's go forward, not backwards, is zero overhead. And that's not really key because most of the recent suggestions on sponsors are really cheap anyway. But in this case, you would just say, rather than saying, I'm going to sponsor these, you would go backwards and you would say, I need to be sponsored, right? You'd steal a version of like a bit from the end version, for example, to say, if this bit is set, it must be followed by either another transaction that also says, I also have to be sponsored, or a transaction which has some new signature type hand wave that would commit to not only itself, but all the transaction IDs of the transaction that's sponsoring, right? This is a cute trick because it's zero overhead, but it has some other nice effects. So let's talk about what the impacts and effects of sponsoring look like, right? So the first one, of course, and this is pointed out originally, is that you can outsource sponsoring, all right? So this is fairly competitive with other out-of-band fee mechanisms, right? Instead of paying a miner directly, you can basically pay anyone. In fact, anyone who makes frequent transactions could offer this service, right? So if you're, I mean, that could be a miner, there's no reason why not. But it could also be anyone just, if you're publishing a transaction, you might as well ask if anyone wants you to push their transaction in as well. And presumably, you would charge a fee for that. And the opt-in variant is kind of interesting here because that would, by protocol, require a sponsor, right? Which basically means miners get no significant advantage. Miners can do it if they're producing regular transactions. But if the soft fork rules, consensus rules, were to say that you have to follow this, you can't just put them on the end of a block, right? The final transaction has to actually, commit to the prior ones. Then miners don't really get an advantage doing it themselves. Anyone could do this. Miners do get a slight advantage though, because they can't be griefed. If I pay you to sponsor my transaction, but then I mine it anyway, of course, I'm going to block your transaction. So miners do get a little bit away from that kind of griefing problem. But even the griefing problem is not that severe as far as I can tell, because you actually pay up front, presumably, for somebody to do this. And so you really can't do a huge amount except for grief them for a block. And they, the problem with the opt-in variant, which requires a sponsor, is it doesn't solve, you can't just use sponsorship on any transaction. It has to be one explicitly that says, I must be sponsored, right? But my other thesis is that this becomes less of a problem in a general world where, where everything can be RBF'd. I think that's a pretty niche use where you have this. So increasingly in a world where you have these sponsors, I think the cases where you want to boost something that is not sponsored becomes less, okay? And of course, remember how I said with the transaction accelerator case, once you decide you're going to use a transaction accelerator at commit time, you're stuck with it. You have to use an accelerator. In this case, you don't. you can always sponsor it yourself, right? Worst case, you don't use an external sponsor, you don't pay someone else or outsource it. You are no worse off than you are today. In fact, you're slightly better off using your own, just one transaction that's basically effectively a child that sponsors the transaction yourself. So, and interestingly, I've talked about how critical this is for pre-committed transactions. Things using, you know, they're basically either a signature or for other reasons you've got a specific transaction you've got to spend. But you could imagine a world where you've got a lot of these things, where you could actually have a wallet that deliberately uses sponsored transactions rather than using inline fees. And there are a couple of reasons for doing that. One interesting one is that it avoids the privacy leak you get if you have to RBF. So at the moment, when you RBF, usually you deduct the fees from your change output. And so anyone watching the RBF can tell exactly now which output was your change and which one was presumably going to someone else. Whereas if you use sponsorship, that would be unknown, not only to anyone looking at the blockchain, they just see their transaction go in, but even the one doing the sponsor has no idea because you haven't changed the transaction itself in any way. You've just you've paid them a little bit more to bump up the priority of the sponsoring transaction. So there are some kind of interesting side effects in this. Okay, so let me, right. So that's really it. I think transaction sponsors solves a real problem, a long-term problem, sure. It's not like today's problem. We've got truck we can kind of work around, but it does solve a real long-term problem. Hold on, let me make sure my mouse is in the right place. Come on. Sorry, I've just lost focus for a moment. Oh, fuck off. There we go. Okay. Right. So it makes L2s cheaper and simpler in the redemption case, right? It does simplify things. You don't have to figure out where the fees are coming from at all. We really like having a zero fee, straight arithmetic on that. So that makes it simpler and obviously a little bit cheaper. But it introduces a new thing into Bitcoin. We've always worried about this out-of-band fee problem. You can't stop people, obviously, from paying fees out of band. And it does undermine a number of protocols that you would otherwise like to build. But this is in an interesting place, right? It is out-of-band fees, right? You're not directly using fees on the transaction. But in a way, it's in-band too. You can't see how much somebody paid to boost a transaction, but you can see how much they got for it because the mempool shows exactly how much the sponsoring transaction is paying for everything else. So you still get out-of-band fees and that ability, but you don't mess up the mempool. You still got the mempool there as its important role as an open marketplace for miners, right? So any miner, big or small, can mine these transactions. And I think that avoids the centralization pressure that we will otherwise see. Okay, cool. So that is the end of my presentation. I will stop presenting now so you can see my morning face because it is 7 a.m. here. And do we have any questions?
I am reminded from the script edition of this conference about like stacking. Is this related to that, or is there the refinement of it, or?
This is better. So okay, so stacking is this idea that you would have a neat way, non-convoluted way of committing to some subset of a transaction, such that you could pile them all together as a single transaction. In theory, that is slightly more optimal than because you have one transaction than a series of transactions, because every transaction has like an inversion and then a couple of other fields, right? And while I am guided by fee pressure as like an important principle, transaction sponsors wins over stacking, I think. Just from a simplicity and elegance point of view, it doesn't require significant new primitives or anything like that. It kind of works out of the box. The consecutive scheme where these have to go right next to each other in blocks fits really well with cluster mempool and ideas like that. You already have this package thing. Everything seems to work really well with sponsors in a fairly intuitive way. So I've kind of thrown my ideas of stacking as a, like, you know, on the discarded ideas heap for the moment. And I really do prefer sponsors, which is interesting. I mean, I'm a bit slow on this because I think it took me 4 years between Jeremy proposing this and me coming around going, oh, right, I see it now. And so, yeah, no, definitely a sponsors convert now, and we can pretend stacking was an idea that I never had, and we can kill it. But good question.
So in the consecutive transaction case, one limitation I see is that you can't have multiple sponsors for a given transaction. Well, it's an interesting observation that this fits in well with cluster mempool, but it's like feels like a really strong ordering requirement that I worry like causes like Mimblewimble like conflict potential or something.
I'm struggling to see where you would want multiple sponsors. There is a question over what happens in the conflict case, right? The whole classic mempool problems of like, especially if someone's trying to grief, right? And they're trying to like, or they're just desperate, right? They're like, they sponsored it, but it's not happening, so fuck it, they're going to do it themselves. You know, there's implementation details around who wins, right? Can someone block someone else? You know, can we get things stuck? But other than that, I think having multiple sponsors just seems weird. It sounds like you're trying to solve some problem that is other than I need to get enough fees to get into the block, right? And maybe there's a reason to use sponsors like that, but I am not aware of them. So I don't quite see how why you would really want multiple sponsors. You know, there's a question over whether you go, if you're sponsored, you must pay 0 fees. That might make things simpler from some points of view, but again, I don't really see why you would require that. Although maybe you just go, no, if you're sponsored, you don't pay any fees yourself. You are outsourcing all of it. I don't know. But you know, these are kind of like details questions. But no, you can't have multiple sponsors, but can you think of a reason you would actually want multiple sponsors?
Hey, Jeremy here. Thanks for the presentation. I guess I would add one thing onto it is that like if you look at like the specs for the consensus, multiple sponsors is fine. So for example, in the best version of it, in my opinion, is like the one that Harding and I worked out, which is like you have a delta encoded list of offsets, and then you just grab those TXIDs and then you throw them into your signature digest, and then that's what you're validating against. So you can totally have multiple. I think what Rusty's talking about more is like the like policy and relay version of it, which is like, I don't know if we need to make the mempool support right out the gate, but like obviously you can say when you relay it, instead of the delta encoded, you just give it here's the actual TXIDs that I want, and then track those, and then when you put it into the block, erase them and replace them with the indexes.
Yeah, I mean, I think so for the opt-in version where you insist on, you must be sponsored, I like that because it avoids you being able to because the requirement means that miners don't get an advantage. But that does block a couple of things, and it blocks the ability to sponsor arbitrary things, and it blocks the ability to do multiple, right? So if you want to do this opt-in thing where everyone flags go, I must be sponsored, and then you have a consensus requirement that there must be followed, you know, a run of those must be followed by a sponsor, then you do lose that ability. But you know, we're kind of in the weeds at that point. I kind of like the incentive there that miners don't get an advantage.
Yeah, I just want to add that with the opt-in variants, I think that there's maybe like 2 points. There's like one is like, is this even eligible to be sponsored at all? And then there's does this require that it must be sponsored? And I'm really skeptical on both of them, really mainly for the reason of how that interacts with like chains of transactions and things. So for example, if you are a sponsored transaction, and then you have a child that is now opt out, then is your whole thing now like non-sponsorable? There might be an argument for that. And then also vice versa, if you are opt out and then now you have a child that is opt in, are you now sponsorable, and then I think that it ends up opening up some like new like pinning vulnerabilities where like
I think it, yeah, but they're completely
that's why
independent
I don't know how to solve those problems in particular.
Yeah, I think they're completely independent, right? And you kind of, because they're committed as a group, a consecutive group, they're kind of nailed as one giant transaction effectively.
Yeah. So one example of an issue is if there's like a 1 block reorg and then you were sponsoring the child, but then the parent was opt out, then during the reorg you would no longer be able to like sponsor the child because the parent opted out. So there's just like a lot of like weird edge cases, I think, with the like flagged on or off. And I think like it's much easier from a protocol design point of view to be like anything can be sponsored.
Yeah, but I think you end up with an incentive problem that I don't like. I really like the fact that by forcing sponsorship, you undermine the miners is probably a little bit harsh, but you definitely make sure they don't have an advantage.
The opt-in require seems less problematic than the opt-out. Opt-out seems to me more problematic than opt require. Opt require, I think the rules make a little bit more sense, but then opt-out seems to have like more of the protocol risk. But I'll yield.
Yeah, cool. So yeah, the purpose of this talk was basically to go, everyone should be thinking more about this because it's cool and it solves real problems. So not that it's urgent, but I think that it's kind of gone under the radar a bit with all the other discussions. And so yeah, I'm delighted to have this chance to promote it and make everyone aware that this solution exists.
Cool. I think that might be it for questions, unless anyone else has one. No. Cool. Well, thanks, Rusty.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And thanks, Jeremy.